Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to the channel. We are on episode 15 of the Code with AI the Right Way series with me, right? That's not how I said it, but anyway, welcome back to the channel, guys. It's your boy Sunny. Today we're going to be building a AI receptionist. So this is not really just going to be around AI receptionist and that kind of, generic way of dealing with it. We're going to be building a complete AI booking system, whether it's a salon, a barbershop. There's tons of businesses out there that can benefit from this entirely. So I'm going to be teaching you how you can approach that problem, build an agent that can actually talk naturally to any of your customers through multiple mediums, whether it be through text, through voice, all of that stuff. And we're going to cover all of the agentic stuff here. I'm talking about things like the tool calling, the memory, all of that amazing stuff. We're going to dive into it right now. Go ahead and let me know where you're watching from. Smash the like button on this video and let's dive into it, guys. A demo in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Boom. Here we have it, guys. This is our demo app that I actually built for us. So I don't always like to start with the demo apps. Today, we're actually going to be doing, I told you, like the format is now changing to more topical stuff. So we're going to dive into specific topics as opposed to builds, okay? That way you can walk away with much more valuable information, right? All I ask is you subscribe to the video if you're enjoying this right now. So here we have our switchboard app, okay? Now the goal is very simple. In the end of it, we want to have effectively a app or a public landing page for our specific business. So let's take Papa Fam, for example, okay? I love you guys, that's why we called it this. All right, Papa Fam right here. If you guys can see over here, we actually have for example, a haircut service. Funny enough, I just got a haircut, okay? So in this case, we're gonna go ahead and help out a business here. And in this case, we've got a few different things like different cuts, we've got the different people behind the business, the story, some FAQs, as well as a booking setup, okay? So in this case, we can typically book like this online. Now this is cool, but okay, I mean, I want to be able to have an agent. I want to talk to someone. Now, in this case, we're going to show you 2 ways on how to do it, okay? We're going to do it with ElevenLabs, and we're also going to be doing it with our own custom widget, which is powered through ElevenLabs as well, okay? Now, I do want to mention this has a full authentication, and then we are actually building a full B2B SaaS behind this. So everything you see here is actually powered through a multi-tenancy setup. So by getting this entire app set up, which by the way, I'll leave the entire code base down below in the description for free, okay? So you're gonna get access to this entire code base. But effectively what you're gonna do here is you're gonna have organizations, and then each organization, you're gonna go ahead and let me turn the music down for a bit, all right? We can actually customize what kind of shop it is, okay? It could be a barbershop, salon or spa, tech support, consultancy, clinic, general service. And in this case, you can change the wording, right? So it could be like your clinician, right? Whoever's going to serve you, right? You can change everything around this, right? In this case, you can have your bookings. So in this case, you got all your bookings, where they were booked from, web agent, the public site, and so forth. The individual services, you can go ahead and customize them, edit them, all that stuff. The barbers or the people who take care. So in this case, we're going a lot more for the kind of hospitable route, whether it's a salon, a barbershop, that kind of thing. Okay, and then we have the availability slots. So think about a Calendly/agentic booking platform. Okay, and then we have the public site and how it looks. So in this case, look, Papa Fam, you've got all of the different, this is sort of a preview, obviously, but in this case, this is from this, right? And then when you go to the public page and click over here, this is the main focus today, okay? So I'm going to show you something really cool right now, and I don't really like to do this on stream too much, but let me go ahead and see if this comes through nicely, okay? So we're going to go ahead and speak to the AI. Oh, okay, I've done it. I actually always block that one, so we'll do it on this one, right? So let's go over here and let's go ahead and speak, and you can see I was talking with it earlier. Speak there.
Hello, welcome to Papa Fam. How can I help today?
Hi there. I want to go ahead and actually book an appointment. I want to see which barbers you have available.
Great. To start, could I please get your contact phone number? This will help me with your booking.
Sure. It's +1 234 56 789.
Thank you. You said your number is +1 234 56 789.
Yeah.
What service are you?
So I actually don't know what services do you offer? Can you tell me more about it?
We offer a few services. The signature cut is a tailored scissor or clipper cut.
Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm thinking about a skin fade, and my budget is around, let's say, $55. I've heard you've got a couple of good barbers. Which one can you actually recommend to me?
For a skin fade, we have Marco Silva, Jay Carter, and Amara Reed. Do you have a preference?
Okay, which one is your most senior barber?
Jay Carter is our senior barber. Would you like to book with him?
Yeah,
Or do you-
let's go and book. Jay sounds like a pretty good match. Let's go ahead and book with Jay.
Great. And what date would you like to book your skin fade with Jay Carter? The user
So
wants to
I'm
book
thinking about maybe Tuesday. Let's do Tuesday 22nd. Oh no, Tuesday 21st. Yeah.
Jay Carter has several openings on Tuesday, July 21st. Would you prefer an appointment in the morning, afternoon, or perhaps
Afternoon,
later in
I
the
think is
day?
good.
Jay Carter has availability for a skin fade on Tuesday, July 21st at 1 o'clock p.m.
Let's do
1:30 p.m.
1:30 p.m. That sounds great.
Excellent choice. To confirm your booking for a skin fade with Jay Carter on Tuesday,
Yeah,
July 21st
perfect.
at
Yeah, that's all great. My name is Elon Musk.
Your skin fade with Jay Carter on Tuesday, July 21st at 1:30 p.m. is confirmed. Your confirmation code is BK2607217SEXY50.
Okay, amazing. Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Is there anything else I can assist you with today?
Boom. There we have it, guys. Full agentic booking. Okay. So this, I just want to go ahead and cover a couple of things, right? Firstly, I want to mention that this entire thing is completely customizable. Okay. So the first thing I really want to mention here, everything that you customize it will work with. And again, remember I mentioned multi-tenancy? That is all powered by the guys over at Clerk. So we're going to be showing you how to set up Clerk, how to get the entire thing working, right? Including all of the authentication. It's actually taking me to the dashboard. But anyway, Clerk, all of the authentication. And most importantly, my favorite, the CLI, which actually gets our agent to do all of the setup for us. And we are going to be using GPT-5.6 Sol today because I love that model. It's honestly really, really awesome lately. And I'm going to be teaching you all of this in the mix, right? But I want to show you that that actual booking went through. So if we were to go ahead and put these on the side right here, let's dive into the dashboard. And firstly, this is what we're going to be powering with ElevenLabs. But let's go over to our actual bookings, guys, and check this one out here. So we should have Elon Musk skin fade, and there we have it. Elon Musk skin fade. Oh, it was actually this one. That was my test one. July, and there it is, guys. Boom, with Jay Carter confirmed, right? That's the booking that we just made. Amazing stuff. Okay, so that one worked really well, right? And then you can go ahead and you can chat with AI from the chat box as well. So in this case, you can either go ahead and say, some people don't want to actually go ahead and say, they can say, hi, I want to book with Jay. And then everyone wants a haircut with Jay, right? In this case, look, and I can have a full text chat. And then let's say you didn't want to handle all that kind of stuff. You don't want to mess with that. In this case, ElevenLabs even have a really nice widget here that I can use to chat, or I can go ahead and start a call from here. So I can try it right now.
Hello, welcome to Papa Fum. How can I help today?
Hi there. I want to book an appointment for a beard design appointment. And I want to book it with Amara Reed on the 23rd of July at 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon.
To help you with the booking, could you please provide your contact phone number?
Yeah, it's +1 234 5678.
Thank you. Just to confirm, your phone number is +1
Yeah,
234
perfect.
5.
Yeah.
Thank you for confirming. It seems there might be a slight spelling difference for Amara's name. Our system shows Amara Reed as an available barber. Would you like to book with Amara Reed?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Great. Amara Reed has availability for a beard design on Thursday, July 23rd at 1:30 p.m. To finalize your booking, could you please tell me your name?
Yeah, my name is Spider-Man.
Your appointment for a beard design with Amara Reed is confirmed for Thursday, July 23rd at 1:30 p.m. Your confirmation code is BK.
There you go. And there you go. You can just cut it off after that. Done. All right. So think about it, guys. Like, this could be used in so many ways and different capacities. Absolutely crazy stuff. And it booked the entire appointment. Okay. Obviously, I done that as a joke. Spider-Man over here, you can see. But that's really, really awesome. It was booked through the web agent, right? And again, this entire thing is also bookable through the web here as well. Some people don't like to talk to these agents. Okay, that's fine. I can book through here. I can just go through. I can say I want to book this. I can book the date. I can see the available times. I can go ahead and add my details, and then boom, book it there as well. Okay, so the first thing I want you to know is you have access to this entire code base. The link is down below in the description. Absolutely free. Go ahead and go wild. Enjoy that. Okay. The second thing is we're going to build this thing, right? So step one, I want you to use the first link in the description and go ahead and sign up to Clerk. That's the first thing you're going to need to do, because in order to get this build working, we need to build a actual B2B multi-tenancy app, which means each of these organizations is going to represent the salon, the barbershop, the actual company or business that we want to do. And remember, you could be responsible for managing more than one different organization here. Yeah? So you could effectively have loads of different businesses that you're building for. So think about it. This is actually a very lucrative business. Then when we go into manage, you can actually invite different members. So let's say, for example, I built it, but then I want to go ahead and give, for example, Jay or someone else or the client themselves access to this entire thing to go ahead and manage it all themselves. And they want me to stay in as an admin. Well, in that case, I can go ahead and simply invite them, give them admin operator or operator access, depending on how I set this up. But I can go ahead and give them different roles here. So this is role-based access control. And basically, if they were a member, they wouldn't see billing. If they were admin, they see everything, okay? So we have all of that as well as payment flow inside of this, right? So in this case, we can have core, which just includes the operations hub and the custom page, engage, which includes the web concierge, and then voice, which includes the agentic stuff. So this means the actual speaking side of things as well, okay? So in this case, we can go ahead and actually gate all of that, have monthly billing, annual billing, all of it powered through Clerk, okay? And of course, our entire authentication is powered. So look, if I was to sign out, actually I didn't mess up a user case here because I've got two browsers open. But if I was to go ahead and sign in, you can see we have a full authentication flow. I can go ahead and log in, go ahead and create or log in with my account, and then it will go ahead and pull up my details right now. So as you can see, throws me into the Papa Fam, and I can see all my bookings. I can see the live sheet over here, and I can go ahead and customize everything on the left-hand side. So you guys have full access to this. So if you enjoy that or you're happy with that, smash the like button, let me know. And let's go ahead and sign up, number one, to Clerk. So what I want you to do, hit that link in the description, and that will take you to a page that looks like the following, okay? So it'll take you to a sign up page, and all you need to do is sign up to it. Absolutely free to go ahead and do that. Once you've done that, I want you to come to the top here, or your site. On your site, it'll actually go ahead and prompt you to create a project for yourself. In this case, I've already created one, right? So I'm going to create another one here, and we can actually name it ourselves. Now, actually, holding back, I'm going to let an agent do this, right? I'm going to actually get really technical with this one, right? Oh, interesting enough, we actually have this here as well. That's very cool. This is new, by the way. So we now can actually enable everything off the bat. So we could actually even do this one, to be fair. So, okay, you know what? We're actually going to build it here. I want you to create the organization here. Let's go ahead and call this one AI booking system. Okay, obviously, yeah, ideally want to go ahead and call this something a bit cooler, but AI booking system. We're going to do organizations. See here, you can actually toggle it. So we're going to set that up initially. Yep, great. And then billing, built-in SaaS subscriptions, B2C and B2B. Yep, we're going to enable all of them. That's awesome. So well done to Clerk for adding that. I absolutely love that they add this new stuff in. Every time I go live, I see new stuff. We're going to go ahead and click OK. And this will go ahead and spin things up. Now, you can see sign up as your first user, add Clerk authentication to my app and so forth. So I could either copy this prompt, throw it into my app, and it will get everything up and running, or I can do it a slightly different way. I can go ahead and actually install the Clerk CLI. Now, in these builds, I tend to show you different ways of setting up an app. There's no right way, there's no wrong way, there's up to you, okay? But I'm gonna show you a kind of approach of two different ways, okay? So number one, I want you to come to clerk.com/CLI. Now, a CLI command is basically, and again, I'm going to really break things down so hopefully it becomes more understandable. The goal here is no longer just to build apps on the page or on the site. I'm more so focusing on a specific topic. In this one, I'm focusing on the agent that is doing that booking system side of things, right? And how you can go ahead and have a B2B entire app that allows you to go ahead and do this in a reproducible way. So that way each organization has a separate agent, okay? So let's go ahead and actually set this one up. So you first want to go ahead and install this into your terminal. Now, I've already gone ahead and done this. So I'm going to just go ahead and pull up my terminal over here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just, pull up my terminal. And then I'm just going to check. So I've already got clerk actually already set up. So I'm going to do clerk-v, and you can see I'm on version 2.2.0. Now I'm going to check if clerk actually has an update here. So I'm going to do clerk update, and we're already on the latest, okay? So run this command, and you'll install it. Now what we essentially do is we run clerk login, okay? So run clerk login. So login, and now I'm already logged in. So in this case, I'm already logged in as team at Paparazzi. So I don't need to re-authenticate. You do if you haven't logged in before. So once you've done that, you'll be great to go. Now, I just want to double check something. I created an account on the, where was it? It was, I'm going to close these ones now just to make life a little easier. Let's go over here. Personal workspace, AI booking system, 11 agents. No, this one here. Now, this is my team. Yeah, perfect. So we're in the right place here. Now, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and actually create my first. So you want to make sure that the account that you created on is the same account that you're logged into the CLI. And the CLI will basically let you run a lot of commands from a terminal to interact with your, your clerk account. So that's the first thing we need to understand. The second thing that we need to do is we need to go ahead, and you can run these yourself, right, if you really want to. But I'm going to show you a much cooler way, okay? So I'm going to be breaking it down today between two things. Cursor, in this case, this is the build that I've given you access to in the description. You can go ahead and get that for yourself. And also the actual Codex side of things. So we're going to create a new chat here. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and actually cut this one off. I'm going to create an entirely new project. Before I do this though, I'm going to go ahead and initialize it from scratch myself. Now, what I like to do is create Next app, right? Create Next app is a very quick command to go ahead and get things up and running, okay? PNPM, create Next app. Now I'm using PNPM. You can use NPM, yarn, bun, whatever you want, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. I'm going to go over to our terminal now. So let's open up our terminal. And I'm simply going to go into the folder that I want to put my builds into. You can do this wherever you want. It's absolutely fine. I like to put them inside a builds folder. So I'm going to say PNPM, create Next app at latest. And then I'm going to say AI booking demo, agent demo. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and click OK. Now I'm going to bring the music up a little bit louder. And then this guy says use recommended defaults. Yeah, actually, no, I like to always reuse. Oh, no. Okay. I like to go ahead and do this myself. Oh, damn it. Remove RF AI booking agent demo. Yep. So don't worry, it'll be this one. Yeah. And I'm going to do customize settings, TypeScript, ESLint, React compiler, yes. Tailwind CSS, yes. Code, no. App router, yes. Customize, no. Would you like to include agents MD? Yes. Okay. So this will set up the base of the project, right? And I like to do it this way just to make sure I start the same way every single time. Now, you're not going to have this error. I only get this error because I've got a very strict setup, which I mention every time. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and just cd into that directory, and then I'm going to do a PNPM approved build. So you won't have to do this step. It's just because I've got a little bit of a check so it doesn't install really new dependencies, okay? So once we're inside of that folder, I'm going to go ahead and do cursor dot. And what that will do is it will go ahead and open up cursor, right? Now, the reason why I'm going to have cursor today is because I want to showcase to you guys how I want to get this up and running, like as in code wise. So I want to show you the code, but I'm not going to be coding it effectively through this. We're going to be using Codex to go ahead and do that, okay? I'm just going to go ahead and show you more so as we can dive into the code base and all that stuff, okay? So next up, we want to go ahead and basically set up clerk, okay? So I'm going to close this now, and then we basically can close that page. And remember, we set up our clerk CLI, okay? So I want to go ahead and actually connect clerk to my new app, this one here, right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and create, open up a new project. We're going to create a new project, start use an existing folder. I'm going to find my build. So in this case, AI booking demo. So builds AI booking agent demo. Go ahead and open this one up and click on open. And also, by the way, let me know where you're tuning from right now. Tuning in from right now. I always love to know. I forgot to ask you guys, but absolutely let me know, and I'll read the comments in just a sec. Okay. And I see you guys in the chat. Welcome from France, David Rondio. Welcome to the ISOJ, Finland. What's up, guys? Vibe Sama, Chandra. I see all of you guys. Absolutely amazing stuff. Okay. So in this case, we're going to do, so I'm going to keep it on full access at the moment. I'm okay with that. And then I'm just going to go here and actually just do a plan mode. Okay. Now we need to basically create a plan to go ahead and get this set up. But actually, we can do this two ways. We're actually going to remove the plan mode in the beginning. I'm actually going to connect clerk firstly. Okay. So I've got way too many windows open right now. Let's close it all up. Let's go over to our dashboard. Now, remember this first prompt, right? We can actually go ahead and do this right now. So I'm going to copy this prompt, right, in the dashboard. I'm going to come over to my app, and I'm just going to simply paste it in, right? And I'm going to say set up clerk for me, okay? Now, in this case, I'm using fast mode, GPT-5.6 Sol, which is their brand new model, which was released last week. Extra high, I like to use. And again, feel free to use whatever you want, right? In this case, I like 5.6. I think they're awesome setup, right? Setup clerk for me, we're going to go ahead and hit this one. Full access on, hide from the session, yeah. I'm happy with that. I'm okay with that. So in this case, it's going to set up clerk for us. Now, this is really cool, right? Because it's basically going to do all the configuration for us, including set up our environment variables, okay? And then follow the setup instructions in your agent, sign up your first user and so forth, okay? So in this case, here's what I'll do to set up clerk. Install or update the clerk CLI. Set up clerk in this project, and then verify the Next.js project, right? So in this case, it's reading the clerk skills, verifying and checking all that stuff. And one thing I do want to check here is if we read the prompt, I wonder it should have, yeah, it found the actual app ID for the one that we just created. This is very, very nice, okay? So let's go back over here, and you can see it's going to go ahead and set this all up. The one thing I did notice is it actually hasn't got a Git repo yet. So one thing I like to do initially is we can click init repo here, or we can go ahead and do git init inside of a CLI. In this case, I'm just going to do this initially, and I'm just going to stage all these changes and just type in initial build, right? And I'm going to commit those changes. Now, it's very important to have these checkpoints. These are git commits. Why do I recommend this when you're coding with AI? Because think of it this way, and I always like to use this analogy, guys. Like if you're rock climbing, right? The higher you get, you stub into the wall. If you ever have a mistake or you slip or you fall down, you will fall back to that last checkpoint instead of falling down all the way to your death, right? The same thing goes when you're coding with AI, right? You do not want to have all of these changes and no safety checkpoints, right? So commit your stuff. Do it based on every feature, kind of, every kind of step you do or logical step. We have one for the initial build. So this was the initial files. And then now you can see as we set up clerk, that's going to be the next checkpoint, right? And it's really important you do this stuff, okay? So right now we're setting up clerk, and you can see that clerk is linked and healthy. The correct AI booking system is reachable, and both development keys are present, right? So in this case, we go over here and we can see it's going to actually start to add the sign in, the sign up pages. And if we go to layout, we should see the clerk provider starts wrapping things. Amazing. Okay, and you can see we've got the show component, which basically says show these child components when the user is signed in, else show the user button, signed out, sorry, else show the user button when they're signed in. All right, so this is great. The code integration is complete. I'm using the browser verification skill for the last mile. Build the app, run it locally, confirm the signed in controls render, and open both clerk flows to catch the runtime or routing issues. Okay, now our goal is not to get to the same point that we showed in the demo build. I've given you that code. I'm going to really try and break down exactly what we're going to be doing so that way you guys get a clear understanding and you can build it for whatever you want to build. So while our agent is doing that, let's take a look at ElevenLabs. Now, if you don't know, ElevenLabs, we're not sponsored by them, by the way, in this build. I hope we do get a sponsorship. Shout out to ElevenLabs if you're watching this, right? But I do believe they're a great voice setup, right? We just dropped a dedicated video as well. You can feel free to check that one out for another amazing service. But in this case, we have ElevenLabs for some voice stuff, and then they have 11 agents. And if you've seen on the channel, we have typically talked about Vercel Eve being an incredible platform for creating agents. Another really good setup here is that we want to combine the voice side with the agentic side. So we're going to dive into this today to see how we can build an agent with something like ElevenLabs, right? And actually have, look, the voice, the chat, everything kind of set up for us, right? So I'm going to look at the dashboard right now. We can see we've got our agent set up here. And this is basically the one from the demo. Okay, we can see, look, the topics that it talks about, the tool calls, all of the kind of things, including things like guardrails. So I did kind of think this was quite cool. But the main thing we're going to dive into is you see here, you are a friendly AI concierge for, and then there's a placeholder for the business name. And then we have different things which are pre-filled based on the organization that you're in. Okay, so this is very, very important for us, right? In the expressive mode, I actually should have enabled that. That would have been quite cool to see. But at this point, we can see that UI checks pass, but sublogs exposed to integration issues. The CLI scaffold uses clerk's now deprecated path matcher, and the browser carried node clerk localhost session. Okay, so it's just testing a bunch of stuff. In fact, what you can actually even do here is open up. They have a really nice browser view. I believe it was this one, but it doesn't always show it. But yeah, anyway, let it do its thing in the background. Okay. In this case, we don't always need it to test thoroughly. but I found GPT tends to like to test like that. So if we go to our local host now, let's have a look at what's going on. I believe as well, we cut the other one. Yep, there we go. So once you've got that down, you should have your AI booking agent, and then you should have sign in and sign up at the top. Let's go ahead and click on sign in, and you can see sign into AI booking system. It set all of this up for us. Continue with Google, and then let's log into our account. Okay. I can see you guys. We got France, Fiji, Uganda, India. What is up? Sri Lanka, Egypt, Finland. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Absolutely amazing stuff. Welcome to the stream. I love and appreciate all of you. Right. Go ahead and click on continue. I remember, like I said, like the AI stuff is moving so quickly these days. I really do recommend, like, you know, if you ever do get stuck, guys, we are launching a brand new community, and it's absolutely free to join the waitlist right now. You can go ahead and find the link in the description to join Zero to AI Hero. As soon as we go ahead and open the doors for this community, you can be one of the first to join it. And I'm going to have coaching calls in that community where I talk to you guys about AI and building and every crazy thing that I do to run our entire business and operation here in Dubai with AI agents and all that good stuff. So if you want to know how to do that for yourself, this is the community you need to be a part of, okay? So don't forget to go ahead and join that. If you've already joined it, make some noise in the comments, do some representation. I appreciate you guys. Now, after we log in, you can see we can set up an organization. So in this case, we're going to say Papa Fam. Now, notice how this is interesting. We got a B2B introduction, right? That's actually because, remember we toggled the B2B organization part in the beginning of the setup, okay? So in this case, I just did that, and you can see I now click manage account, and it doesn't have a organization selector here, but we can easily showcase that so that when we're signed in, we can actually show the organization switcher. So we can show organization switcher over here, and then we can go ahead and hit save. And as you can see now, I've got my user button, and I have the organization switcher because I am part of this organization. And just to prove to you that everything actually connected really well, hit a little refresh on your dashboard, and you'll very nicely see that your user is now created. The organization known as Papa Fam has been created, and that has one member inside of it, which is Sunny, right? So if we go over here, that's me, right? Now, this subscription is currently on the free one, right? So we don't have a subscription, but see how all of that was set up, guys? And I barely did a single thing, right? And it wasn't AI going crazy doing it all. It's basically just a case of using that single prompt, installing the CLI, and then getting the things up and running, okay? So really, really easy stuff to go ahead and do that. Oh, we got Australia in the house. Nice. What's up, guys? Really nice to see. We're super international right now. Absolutely love and appreciate you guys. So next step we want to do is we want to set up things like the billing, right? Those different billing plans, all of that stuff. So in order to do that, typically, how do you get that handled, right? We have to think about like Stripe, webhooks, all this kind of crazy stuff. Not anymore, right? Clerk billing makes it so easy, guys. And I really just want to show one thing. If you go to the Clerk landing page, I really just like the landing page because it really simplifies a lot of things for me. Like if I go to, I need to do it in a fresh page here. So let me try and do clerk.com here. Let me see if it'll load up here or I'm logged in. Yeah. So you guys can see here, like firstly, they handle the authentication. We've already demoed that. It works smoothless. Like it was smooth as hell, right? Easy to go ahead and get up and running. Everything you can imagine, right? Including an MCP server to allow your clerk access to everything. Then we have multi-tenancy. Now, if you don't know what multi-tenancy is, this is where you have more than just a B2C app where, you know, I'm a user, I log into an app. This is where you have real businesses, enterprises that basically have team members under them. They log into the business, right? That's different. That's an organization. This is known as B2B. And that's where multi-tenancy can also come into play. So prime example of this, if I logged into an app, for example, this one right here, right? I am part of Papa Fam, but there could be a situation where I'm part of 3 organizations, right? I could be a software engineer building software for 3 different clients, right? In this case, I built a platform that allows me to go ahead and log into all of the different organizations, and I can see all of the members. That typically is called multi-tenancy, okay? So once you have that, there's lots of things to consider. Inviting, emails, all of those different components, right? The auto joining, custom roles and permissions, and then not to mention billing, right? So not only do you have user billing if it's a normal B2C app, you have B2B billing. And that's where it can be really a big deal where it's like, how do I now make sure that we only pay one membership for an organization and then that membership applies to every single member? How the hell do we do that? Like, you know, you see all of these things, that's where Clerk take the headache out of everything. right? They've got the authentication down, they've got the B2B setup side down, B2C side down, and then they've got billing for each of those solutions, okay? So we're gonna set all of this up in such an easy way, it's gonna blow your mind, okay? So we can see here that everything has pretty much been added in all nicely. Now, one thing I am gonna do for fun today is I'm actually gonna go ahead and show you Cursor Grok 4.5 as well. So I like to use both models, in fact. So over here, we got West Indies in the house. Yo, what's good, dude? Good to see you, right? Now, I'm happy with what it's done so far. I'm going to stop that, right? So it's very good. And here, I'm just going to say, go ahead and commit. So I can do it here or I can do it here. The one thing I would say is in Cursor now, when you have your plan and usage, what's very cool about a Cursor subscription now is if you check out your usage, first party models, oh, they changed it. Nice, okay. First party models includes things like Grok 4.5, Composer 2, right? Whereas API includes things like, Opus and all these things, right? Opus, GPT-5 and all that stuff. So in your Cursor subscription now, you actually get both. So I like to use Grok inside of Cursor subscription, right? And by the way, for transparency, I have max plans on all of them, okay? There's not a flex, it's just a complete open, so that way in case you're new to this, I do have max plans on this, okay? Now, let's go ahead and do commit all changes and push, right? So let's go ahead and do this, commit all changes and push. Oh, actually, no, we're not going to push. We're just going to do commit all changes. So in this case, it'll go ahead and commit all of these, okay? Now, you can see one thing I do like is Cursor's Grok is actually quite fast, right? Same as Composer is very fast model. Composer is ridiculously fast, right? So at this point now, we've added in Clerk. So now we need to set up our objective, okay? So the end goal is simple. What we want to do is, one second, let's see what I said. Added all Clerk. Look at that. Perfect. Really nice, right? Went ahead and did it. I really don't like how they do this co-authored by. Drives me crazy, but it's okay, right? You can tell it to stop doing that, but it's one of them funny memes that is going around right now. It's like it says co-authored by Claude and all that stuff. It's fine. Okay, so at this point now, I want to go and do the following. Let's actually make our life a bit easier. Let's maybe move this to the side. So I have my coding on the left and I have my Codex on the right, okay? And then what I want to do is we need to set out our objective. So our objective is that, okay, we're going to basically be able to log in. So we've just logged in now. And then here I should have a dashboard for this PuppetFam organization where I should be able to set up my account that will give my agent in ElevenLabs basically all the context and tools to book services for my users, to go ahead and do all of that stuff, okay? So let's go and set this up. So we're going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to go ahead and open up a new chat. Or we don't even need a new chat. I'm going to say, I'm happy with that. It's working and committed, right? So it's working and committed. Next step is as follows, right? And you can see typing slow. So now from now on, I'm going to be doing the following. I'll do Option spacebar, and I'm going to be using Super Whisper. So I love Super Whisper. You can use code Sunny25. By the way, that is not a sponsored deal. That's just the awesome dude over there just gave me a code. So he's actually a friend of mine. So in this case, you can go ahead and do that. And I love to use this all the time to just speak into the mic. So the next step is follows. So now what we do is we switch to plan mode, right? And we're going to make a plan. So I'm going to drop the music down a bit so we can just think about this, okay? We're going to go ahead and do the following. I want to build a multi-tenant B2B SaaS whereby each organization basically can go ahead and configure the business in a way that it could be a salon, a barbershop, tech support, general consultancy, a dentist, for example. It can be any of these categories. However, the underlying booking system remains the same. We should have availability tracking. We should have booking slots tracking. We should have the actual clinicians or barbers or dentists that are available to book. And then we should have a public page. And this public page is going to be the one that they will basically give to the users who can then come onto that site and basically book through it. This should be a customizable page, and we should be able to change the colors and theming, of course. But this needs to be scalable so that for each organization, we can reuse it across. The goal of this service is very simple. We should have 3 ways in which a user can book a appointment. They should be able to book the appointment through the web portal. So there should be a flow where we can easily select our booking times, enter in our details, select our clinician or barber or so forth, and select the service that we want. The second way is through a agent text chat. We want to use ElevenLabs for this. And the third way is through a agent voice chat. And again, we're going to use ElevenLabs 11 agents for this. So what I like to do is I like to just basically dunk that out as number one. Okay, so this is my thought process in the beginning. Okay, so we're gonna have three ways to basically go ahead and do this and say 11 labs, right? And even over here, 11 labs, 11 agents, right? 11 agents for this. Okay, so that's number one. Okay, and now what we want to do is we're going to say we should have billing tiers for this. So step one is the free plan. The free plan allows anyone to go ahead and book through the web. So the first flow that I mentioned. The pro plan allows anyone to speak to an AI agent through the chat interface. And then the scale plan allows anyone to go ahead and have access to the AI voice agent. Okay, so this is how we're going to tier it, and we're going to use clerk billing to do so. Okay, now one thing I always recommend is you just go over and you just double check. So things like the clerk, yeah, so clerk came out correctly. Okay, so this is the next thing. So now what we've done is we've introduced the concept, we've introduced the billing tiers. Okay, so effectively we have 3 billing tiers. The first one is the free plan. So any user can sign up to this, get a public page, and then they can actually have all the booking functionality. The second tier is the pro, sorry, pardon me. The second tier is actually going to be the one which allows them to chat to an agent, and that will allow them to basically go ahead and book. And the third is going to be the one that allows them to go ahead and have the voice chat. Now, look, the whole point is I'm just teaching you how you can tier things and have things behind gates. That's the main thing that I'm trying to teach here. You can customize this to the absolute maximum. But once you know those fundamentals, you can build anything, guys. Okay? So this is the real thing that we're trying to do here. Okay? Now, the B2B, we should have B2B billing tiers for this. Okay? So that's the final thing. Now we need the database and so forth. So what I like to do here is I like to say tech stack. And then I'm going to say Convex for the database. And again, you can use whatever you want, guys, right? I like Convex because it integrates really nicely with Clerk. So I'm going to say integrate with Clerk using the integration docs, right? That's the first thing. And then we could be saying for the agent, we're going to say 11 labs, 11 agents, right? Now, that's going to be for the agents, text and voice chat, okay? And then I want to say, this is the most important thing, I believe. When building this, you must always use or check if we have the latest CLI, MCP, and plugins and skills installed and available. Never, ever rely on pre-trained information. Always check the latest documentation and always use the plugins if available, skills if available, MCPs and CLIs to your disposal. I have set up CLIs for all of these. If I have not, alert me and tell me how to set them up. So you see what I'm doing, guys? I'm trying to teach you an approach that anyone here can use, right? Very simple stuff to do, okay? So we're going to go ahead and just make this a bit bigger so you guys can see. So this is why I'm giving you the code base, but this is the more important part, okay? So the next step is we're just going to go ahead and execute this, right? And we're putting it in plan mode, and I'm going to actually kick this off into ultra mode, right? So I don't care if it uses the full limit. I'm doing this for you guys, right? So I'm going to go ahead and throw this in the mix in ultra mode now. Okay, so while it goes ahead and figures out the plan now, this is where we can go ahead and actually start to set our accounts up. Okay, so while you're doing this, I highly recommend you go over to ElevenLabs and you set up an account. Okay, so it's free to do so. You can simply go to the top and log in, right? Log in. I don't have an affiliate code with them or anything at the moment. So again, shout out to ElevenLabs, tag them here, let them know that we would love to work with them. They're a great company. But in this case, you can see we've got a ton of things, including widgets and so forth and guardrails. Now, once that's done, we're going to go ahead and see, we're actually going to connect to the CLI. So in this case, we're going to type in ElevenLabs, 11 Labs CLI. Okay, I mean, let's just type it in, it's fine. 11 Labs CLI. So you can see 11 Labs CLI pops up. Go ahead and see here, and then you can install this. So I've already done this. So in this case, I should have this command. Let's actually double check if I have 11 Labs. Let's see. 11 Labs. Yeah, I do. Okay. So I already have this. Let's check update. Let's just see. Okay, that's not one. ElevenLabs-V. Oops, my bad. -V. And then we could see, or usually it's ElevenLabs version maybe. Okay, there's no ElevenLabs version. I believe it's just this ElevenLabs command and then the command. If we can just do help if we need a bit of help. But anyway, what you can do is you can go ahead and use these following ones over here if you want to, okay? So once we've done that, you basically can go ahead and init. So you can do this afterwards. But we're going to leave our agent to do a lot of this, right? So I'm just trying to show you what we actually want to focus on here. ElevenLabs skills, right? So these are ElevenLabs agent skills. Go over here, and I want you to install these, right? So you can see these skills right here. And if you don't know how to install these, firstly, you can do this command right here yourself, or you can give this URL to your agent and it can help it figure it out, okay? Now you can see Clerk has skills that it's been installed. If you don't know how to get them, you can either do in the plugins over here. So if I go to the Codex plugins, we have one for Clerk. I've installed this one. It's amazing. Definitely do it, right? It'll bring in the skills. It'll bring in the Clerk CLI. So in this case, it brings in the CLI skill. It brings in Chrome extension patterns, Clerk testing, which is amazing as well as Clerk webhooks and so forth, right? So you can do this for this. I believe Convex has their own. Oh no, they do have one here as well. And remember, depending on your coding harness, and when I say harness, I'm talking about not just like a harness is just like think of it this way. The harness is like the car shell, right? It's basically, where's the engine running, right? The engine itself is, GPT-5.6, Claude Opus 4.8, right? All these things, I'm getting so lost with the model names lately, Kimi K3 and all these things. They're the models, that's the engine of the car. But where you decide to use the engine is the coding harness, right? Where are we going to use it? So that could be, for example, ChatGPT, the new setup like this. This is a harness, right? Claude Code, it could be the CLI, that's a harness. It could be the Claude Code desktop app. It could be Cursor. This is, again, a harness. It could be the agents window. That's a harness, right? So depending on where you are, they all have their own little marketplaces and so forth. So that's the first thing to know, right? So if you install a plugin in one harness, it doesn't automatically mean it's installed inside of another one. The thing that you should make sure is done is that when you install things like skills, that it's installed to the repo itself, right? So what do I mean by that? If we look at the code, if we do Command B and go over here, when we start installing skills, you'll see a .skills folder, right? Or plugins, or I'll show you how it looks in a sec. But once that's done, it means that any agent, regardless of the harness, it will go ahead and actually be able to get access to those skills, right? So that's what we always want to make sure we do, right? A live capability check found the Convex plugin is already installed and exposing and add Convex to an existing Next.js runbook. Amazing. Okay, so we've already got that. So all of this is basically getting this up. And one thing I want to highlight here is when you're using Codex, you can see we've got these 3 sub-agents that have spun off, right? And this is something I noticed that GPT-5.6 is very good at, okay? So, but let me know, guys, in the chat. Do you like music on or off, right? Or lightly in the background, right? I'm always kind of trying to improve, okay? So at this point, we've got 3 sub-agents kicked off, and you can see each one is basically doing its thing. Now, one thing I will say is GPT 5.6 is incredible at being efficient, right? I would definitely say that it's really great at being efficient. So in this case, if I go over here, see usage remaining, let's go ahead and see. We've got 97% right now. I've got tons of resets, but we'll go ahead and check on our usage in a moment afterwards, right? As the build goes on. So some people are saying music on, some people are saying off. Teron says, I can't hear it at the moment, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's very low at the moment. Now it's on. Let me know if it's a distraction. East Africa in the house, Somalia, I see you guys. Passion Brains, a good approach. I'm using Chap 3. Oh, nice. Awesome stuff, dude. YOLO swag. Hey, awesome stuff. All right. So you can see here. So now it's going to go ahead and basically each one of these is doing something in the background. So 11Labs, 11 Agents architecture is basically checking out how to go ahead and build this out. And then we've got the Convex architecture. Now, I want to give you a bit of my opinion while we're waiting here. One thing I've definitely noticed is in the age of AI where everything is evolving so quickly and it's kind of hard to figure out what model, Sunny, should I be using? Should I be using GPT? Should I be using Claude? I don't know what to use, right? In a world where that's happening, honestly, the truth is they tend to change. I was a big Opus 4.8 and Fable 5 guy. And then Fable 5 had a bit of a weird run going on where when it got re-released, it wasn't as good as I initially felt it was, right? So here's my current opinion. And that's why I mentioned it. It's my current opinion on the matter. Fable 5 is incredible for planning, right? It's an incredible agent for building as well. But in my opinion, GPT 5.6 is absolutely incredible at effectively both, right? It can plan really well. The sub-agent execution is incredible. The token efficiency is amazing. And you can literally have it on Ultra in fast mode where it bills you more and it will just be efficient. Like I can tell you honestly, it's just really, really awesome here, right? And you're going to see for yourself today. And again, I'm not sponsored by OpenAI. I wish I was. That'd be awesome. Okay. So in this case, Convex architecture. So another thing with the Convex side of things is as we're doing this, create your account on ElevenLabs. Convex is one of my go-to databases. Oh, this is all changed now. But you can see here, look, like I mentioned before, install the plugins, which basically gives your agent the best chance at using this tech. I built a whole video on plugins. You should go check that one out if you're basically confused at what that term means and how it basically pulls in all of the things like MCP skills and all that stuff, right? Now, I love the Convex because it does tons of stuff. We've been sponsored in the past. Are we sponsored now? No. Okay. So I just want to highlight that. But in this case now, we're going to go ahead and create an account. So in this case, I've already got an account, so I'm going to log in. And I always forget which account I'm logged into, but let's go ahead and see. Continue with Google. I believe it will be my personal here that my CLI is connected to, but we can go ahead and see. Right. And this is the truth. Like I like to be very genuine here and just be like, naturally the AI space is evolving. So what you do today might not be the same thing as tomorrow and so forth. Now, if you do want to help me out, I'm going to drop a little referral link. It's free to use it. When you sign up, go ahead and feel free to use that. It just helps me out, I guess. But basically sign up and then go ahead and you'll be on Convex. And again, it's hugely free, their payment plans, right? Convex CLI is the next thing I want you to install. So while our agent is doing its magic, we're going to go ahead and install the CLI, right? Again, you're going to log into your CLI, and then that's going to allow your agent to effectively basically do a lot of the things on your account that you would otherwise do yourself. Now, I've confirmed the repo and the clerk-auth foundation are clean, and I'm finishing the live Convex ElevenLabs tooling audit before I lock the product decisions. The key architectural points so far: all 3 booking channels should call one transactional booking call with an organization scope data and exact server issued slot IDs, so an AI agent can never silently book the wrong professional or time. Amazing. Okay. These are things we want to look at. Now, again, our tooling audit. And one thing I noticed is when you're looking at this desktop app, the new one, you might see it's not doing much, but if you click this drop down, it tends to do quite a lot, right? It just doesn't look like a lot when it's doing this, right? I need 3 choices that material effective. So it's about to ask us some questions. Okay. How much scheduling complexity should the first production version support? Okay. Simple appointment, 1 location per organization, 1 professional per appointment, capacity 1 with the schema kept extensible. Yeah, I think for a base demo, it's fine. And you can feel free to really do like rooms, equipment, all that stuff. So we'll do simple appointments for now. Where should customers use the ElevenLabs voice agent? Website voice, web and phone calls. Embed a Microsoft-based voice experience on the public booking page. So this one's interesting. I'm going to say you can do this 2 ways. Remember, I showed you there's actually a really nice widget that ElevenLabs gives you that you can actually go ahead and just put into the app and it works. I want to show you how you can do both. If you want to build a custom flow, how to do that. If you want to use the widget, also how to do it. So I'm going to say I want to actually use the ElevenLabs widget that they provide in the documentation to give us both the voice and text functionality. And then I also want to have our own custom implementation, which taps into ElevenLabs using their documentation, which has basically our own UI to it. So it has the text chat and the voice chat. And again, these all should be gated based on which B2B membership that the organization is subscribed to. So which billing plan they're subscribed to. Okay. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do that. Now click next. And then how should bookable professionals relate to clerk organization members? Every professional is bookable, but only invited staff who need the dashboard become clerk members. Yeah. So in this case, we're going to keep it very simple here. We're going to keep it as the dashboard is just the people who organize things. So you don't want your doctors here to effectively have to log in and do X, Y, Z. Right? This is going to be more from a admin standpoint. So we can see 2 of our agents are done. 11 agents architecture just finished off as well. And I do actually really believe like the way that GPT 5.6 orchestrates, in my opinion, is far better than the way that Fable 5 orchestrates. Fable 5 has a very bad habit of basically spinning up huge swarms of like 50 agents that will eat through your quota. And I promise you it will happen at some point. So you have to be a bit more careful with that when you're in ultra code mode in Claude Code, whereas GPT-5.6 tends to be very conservative with it. And I'll be honest, I've been really impressed so far. It's been my model that I'm actually swaying towards a lot of the time now, right? That gives us 2 deliverables, not 1. The stock ElevenLabs multimodal widget, yep, and then also the custom. How should the stock widget and custom UI agent appear to a customer? Tenant, each organization selects a widget or custom. Both are on the page. We could do the tenant choosers. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that one. So basically the tenant themselves. How should higher clerk billing tiers include all lower tier channels? So cumulative tiers, free gets web, pro gets web plus text, scale gets web, text, and voice. Yep, let's do cumulative. Okay. For dentists, now the hell, what data may the first release handle? Scheduling only, PHI, what's all this? True healthcare and scope, allow contact and appointment, prohibit symptoms. Yeah, we're just going to do scheduling only for now, right? Because eventually you could have like, so many extra details and layers to this. I've really built out a really cool system that I've given you guys in the GitHub description. So you can feel free to use that one absolutely yourself. Day by day, Claude and GPT fight with each other with experience on code. Yeah, they're growing really quick. And also let me know, what is your go-to model at the moment? And if you're enjoying this video, don't forget to subscribe and like the video, okay? So a lot of you are already watching right now that aren't actually subscribed. Do me a favor. And by the way, the channel's growing at a crazy rate. So whatever's happening right now, thank you so much. I appreciate and love all of you. All right, so we're almost at 400, is it 400K we're at right now, Jay? I'm so lost. I think we're at 400,000, 430,000 subscribers. Absolutely nuts. We're almost at 500,000 subscribers. The Isoj just cursed this auto model. In my opinion, I'm not a huge fan of the auto model. Auto, if anyone is wondering, will basically decide which model to use. Now, don't get me wrong, pretty good, but I would say for planning, I wouldn't use it. Planning, you want to have your strongest model, strongest front foot forward. Passion Brain says model Gemini 2.5 Flash. Okay, interesting. For the audio, I guess. Vibe Summer says, currently I work with DeepSeek's model. Very good. Okay, that's not bad as well. Which initial clerk billing prices and usage policy should the implementation use? Safe launch pricing. Free 0, Pro 49 a month with 2,000 text AI replies. Scale with Pro plus. Okay, and then you see they've given each individual feature and quotas and so forth. Okay, so safe launch pricing. Let's do that one. How much AI agent customization should each organization get in B1? Business details, terminology, greeting languages, and approved voice lists, core prompt, and tools remain platform managed. Yeah, we're going to do that. You could also do a full agent editor on branding. But again, you can actually go ahead and do this as much as you want. Now, you can really customize it as much as you want. Full lifecycle, book, look up, reschedule, and cancel through secure web links and both AI interfaces. Yeah, we can do that full lifecycle. Okay, so the planning, most of the time, and I will really say this over and over again, the planning is so important. Hey, we got J-Nate in the house. You know what's so annoying is that I can't see the actual names of people anymore. So I know J-Nate's OG, is a member of the Papa Fam, but I feel like I know the actual name of this person. So J-Nate, please just drop your name in the chat. It's so frustrating that the YouTube did that. I don't know why I can't see names anymore. I would love if I could change that. I don't know how I could change that though. Maybe Jay, have a look at it if we can maybe see if we could see names again. But welcome, dude. Absolutely appreciate you guys tuning in. Right. So let's see, we can now have the coherent commercial model. Yeah. So I want to show you guys something really cool. Okay. So if we go over to our dashboard here, go to configure, what you can see is our billing at the moment is actually organization billing, but the subscription plans is just free. Now, remember, the clerk CLI can act on our behalf, right? So what's going to happen here is using the clerk CLI, it's going to go ahead and actually do this for us. How should customers receive confirmations and secure manage booking links? So resend email. Oh, we could use resend or on screen only. Do you know what? For today, I'm not going to do resend because I believe I have to set it. Oh, it would be annoying, but no, because I think we have to do DNS and everything else as well. And a live stream is a bit weird to do, but yeah, you could use resend to send the emails. Email and SMS, you could use send.dm, amazing service. I dropped a whole video on that. You guys can feel free to check out the channel, type in SMS, Sunny Sanga, you'll see it. We're going to do on screen only for now. So you can go back to the agent and ask about your appointment and so forth. English first, English Arabic, multilingual launch. We're going to do English first, but it's worth knowing it's very easy with these kind of voice agent platforms to go ahead and do different ones. What should we retain from ElevenLabs conversations? Minimal analytics or no transcript? Keep provider transfers 30 days were supported. Store any tools and booking links in Convex. Okay, yeah, let's do that one. Okay. Now, if you do want to go really deep diving into a voice agent and, maybe a live stream isn't your format, I did a whole video on Bland AI and these guys are awesome. I love them because honestly, it was just so clean, the voice that I used. And you can actually check out the entire video yourself in the my YouTube channel, right? So obviously you're watching it right now. Type in Sunny Sanga and just type in, I think it's voice agent and you'll find it. But Jay can drop the video, the link in the description right now. But you can literally see a live demo of this entire thing working and a full dedicated tutorial where I go from A to Z on how to do that. So I really do recommend you check that one out. Really great company, right? The reason why we're trying out 11 agents today is just because it's got the agent factor built in. So I'm kind of messing around with it to show you guys, okay? Now, Convex is now 1.423. The Unified ElevenLabs CLI and the React SDK, which I'm also using, is still installing guys now because ElevenLabs official agents skill is not installed. This only affects the implementation, but not the repo during planning. Nice. Okay. I've been missing streams. Happy found it today. Welcome, man. It's good to see you here. Vibe samples. I saw it everywhere in live and YouTube. And it also shows username, said name. Yeah, I don't know why. It's very strange why I did that. Jay says, oh yeah, so there you go, Jay. The Bland AI video. There you go. He just dropped it in the chat. Feel free to check that one out, guys. So it's installing the skills right now and basically figuring out how to install those things. Now, once that's done, we're basically it's gonna use the clerk CLI after it presents a plan to set up our billing plans, set up everything else, and basically get everything going. Now, one thing I would say is is when it does that, it's probably going to do it in sub-agents. But the main thing that I would say is one thing that it tends to fight me on a lot, and it does this every time, and it's a common quirk of AI, is it will tend to try to synchronize our Convex users, as in our clerk users, sorry, with our Convex database. It will try to synchronize our clerk users with our Convex database users table. You can do this to be more efficient, but you have to do it right through webhooks. But just know it's not mandatory. You can actually just use clerk, the SDK, to basically do all the check if this is this user, if they have the billing, if they have the permission, which organization, and so forth. You don't have to synchronize your users inside of Convex. The reason why people do that is for efficiency of lookups and so forth, which is great. But you need to make sure you set that one up correctly. So little teaching moment there in the background while we wait for things. I thought it could be very handy for you guys as well. But let me know. Do you guys prefer this kind of format instead of the builds traditionally? Or would you prefer when I'm doing these teaching moments instead? Let me know down below in the comments, right? So in this case, it's going off doing its plan. And once it's installed these skills, I believe it's going to be good to go, okay? And again, you're going to find the planning step is honestly the most important. It's going to be the step that takes time. It's going to go ahead and, get things basically right the first time around. So once this is done, I'm actually, I'm thinking maybe I publish this branch right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually push this to a GitHub repo so you can actually see this as I build it. So we're going to eventually include 2 links in the description, one of the build that I do during the live stream and one of the actual demo that you saw in the beginning. Okay, so this is going to be a fun little thing that I can do with you guys. We're going to use cursor grok 4.5 and I'm going to go ahead and say, push this to a public repo and call it AI Booking Agent Live YouTube Demo. Okay, and we're going to call this one live agent. I've got 2 basically AI booking agents. I don't want to confuse you guys. I'm going to say live YouTube demo during live, like AI booking during live YouTube demo, maybe. Yeah, we're going to rename it. And let's go ahead and push this one. So this will go ahead and actually create me a repo. I've got this connected to my GitHub. And then our agent will go ahead and do that. And you can see I'm just switching between harnesses. Nothing too special going on here. This is taking a bit of time. It's just doing a bit of a Convex runtime. So it's basically just doing a few planning checks here for basically the webhooks. And you can see I told you it's going to try and check out Convex and clerk billing and so forth. When it does that, I'll show you a few things. That public repo is live and main is pushed. Right, description is set to AI booking. So this one right now is absolutely live. So you guys can go ahead and grab this one and pull it as I literally build and see for yourself in real time as we do this. So I just dropped the link in the chat right now. You can feel free to go ahead and get it. And then Jay will include this link in the description as well for all you guys to go ahead and get. Okay. So this should help you guys out. Hey, we got Kenya in the house. Fun fact, my dad was born in Kenya. So I absolutely love you guys. I was in Kenya last year in the safari. So I absolutely love Kenya. Beautiful place. I saw the safaris, absolutely lovely stuff. All right. Over here, we can see, look, it's doing all this stuff. So I want to make sure we actually get this 100% right. When checking for anything billing related, only use the Clerk SDK, the billing SDK. Do not use webhooks to check on billing and what membership someone is a part of. So I like to go ahead and add in this and just steer things. So I'm going to go ahead and steer it now, because I tend to find, you see what it tries to do here? It tries to create a webhook between Convex and Clerk to make sure that the billing is in sync. That, in my experience, has caused a lot of drift, where basically a user might have, downgraded an organization, but the Convex, for whatever reason, maybe the webhook wasn't set up right, didn't get updated. And now we have this weird drift and it will cause bugs. So I kind of find that can be a bit of a pain sometimes. And you really don't want to do that. Okay. Development stripe is ready. There's a testing window. We need dashboard step. Okay, that's fine. I mean, for now, one thing also I want to mention is a lot of the time you think about Stripe being required when you're developing. Well, in Clerk, the thing I love, you actually don't need Stripe off the bat. You can enable the Clerk payment gateway, and you can do everything without a Stripe account. So that way, when you go to your production instance, you can just go ahead and have the production instance on a Stripe account, and then you can go ahead and do that. So really, two things to note, right? Removing the billing entitlement webhook mirror from the design. See, it's very, very annoying when it does that. The same as webhooks will not decide or cache which plan the organization has. In addition, we don't need to always overcomplicate it with a webhook between the user and Clerk and Convex. So here I'm also going to say, in addition to that, we do not need a webhook to synchronize users from Clerk to Convex. We can just use Clerk as the source of truth. I'm going to steer it as well. Okay. So that's something also worth mentioning. Defining booking features, session flow, and error codes. And again, like you see already in literally just hit an hour, right? We've got things set up. We've got the plan almost down to a T. So it's literally writing a plan perfect in the nick of an hour. And then we can go ahead and get the build going. And this is really, like I'm telling you, if you spend a bit of time on the plan, you'll have such a beautiful build process. It will change everything for you, as opposed to just running ahead and just fixing bug after bug after bug. You want to get your architecture right first. And this is what separates a junior from someone who's a bit more senior. And that's not in any way or shape or form meant to be a flex or anything like that. It's more a case of just trying to inform you guys, just spend a bit longer with the plan. Like, I know you want to jump into coding and get things building, but just spend longer with the plan, learn, understand your architecture, understand where things could go wrong early on, and you will save yourself a ton of headache, including a ton of tokens, right? So let's go ahead and do Command B, and let's go to our settings. Let's see our usage now. We're at 96. We've only used 1%, right? Absolutely incredible, right? Does ElevenLabs allow some back noises too as officer traffic? Bland AI definitely does, which I thought was awesome. You can see that we've got the plan over here. Let's have a look at the plan. So if I click this now and I click expand, okay, so let's have a look. So it's built on the committed Next.js clerk. One clerk organization equals one tenant with one location, time zone, public booking page, and capacity, one appointments in V1. Okay, free web booking, web plus 2,000 text AI replies, and scale plus 300 voice minutes for $199 a month, right? So we've basically got a very, very cool setup here. And then implementation changes, tooling and service change. Okay, so it's basically tooling, tenant application data model. Yep, this is very good. Convex provider with Clerk. This is actually the integration pattern you should be using when you use Clerk and Convex integration. You see it referenced it here as well. And then let's go down and have a look. I need a water break. I'm super thirsty. Then we have, if we go down here, in professional, over to Clerk billing and ElevenLabs. So this is configure Clerk organization plans and features, free org, web booking, pro. So and when we actually configure the Clerk billing side of things, you have different features you can tack on to based on your billing plans. I'll show you this in detail after. And we can basically gate based on a plan or based on the actual feature that is unlocked with it. And the benefit of doing feature is that you then can toggle things from the dashboard from Clerk, which is actually quite nice, right? So after this, TK says, okay, this is good. Stock widget uses Authenticate assigned URL path, okay? And then custom interface for conversation provider, okay, nice. Now, going down, interface and error contacts, that's fine. Test and acceptance plan. And then assumptions, okay, so cloud business supports USD only. That's, yeah, for now it does. Healthcare categories, okay, that's fine for now. So what we're going to do is one more thing that I wanted to add on. I can't remember what it was. I just thought about it. I think we're good to jump into this now. Yeah, okay. So implement this plan. So we're going to go ahead and just double check. Yeah, so what I would recommend is you typically save the plan, download it. So that way, in case you lose it, you've got access to it later on. So you want to go ahead and download your plan and then implement the plan, right? So we're going to go ahead and say, go for it. And now's the fun part. So now it's going to go ahead and we're in ultra mode here. We are at 97 to start with, 90%, 7% usage, and Command B. I'm going to pull this up. Usage remaining, 96%. Right, we only gone 1% down so far. Let's see how big of a drop we get for an entire build, right? So absolutely crazy stuff, right? And this is just going to prove to you guys, it doesn't, you know, all the videos you're seeing right now, ignore it. This is me live right now doing it in front of you, just to prove a point that it doesn't drain through things as you think, right? Command Option B to close the right sidebar. And then what I like to do is stay in this view, right? So you see how, depending on your zoom level, you actually get the sidebar, right? If I do Command Shift B, or if I'm on this view, it doesn't show it, right? So then you can see now I started off the build. I'll lock in the repo, state, refresh efficient tool chains and docs, load the clerk, blah, 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 blah. It's going to do it all. I'm using the clerk organization, billing CLI, and Next.js skills to keep tenancy and terms aligned with the installed SDK. Awesome stuff, right? So this is where it starts getting quite fun, okay? So you can see one thing I like here on the new Codex app is you've got the changes, you've got your branch. Right now we're doing everything on main. But I have shown in the past that, you know, once you go and get your base set up, you can actually start to develop new features on different Git work trees and so forth. And the plan that we're running against, and also our subagents, right? As well as sources of data that it's pulling from. Okay, so let's see. The back noises that Passion Brains is asking about is when you're talking to the voice agent, can you hear like fake background noises? And if you check out the Bland AI video I did, you'll notice in the background, it sounds like clicking and clanking, right? That's actually like this little setting you can tweak, right? Which is very, very cool. Clerk remains live authority and every billing decision comes from Clerk's billing SDK. Nice. I'm finishing the required tool refresh now. Then I'll split the backend product UI and ElevenLabs integration across isolated work streams and bring them together with end-to-end checks. Amazing, right? Individual, this is my favorite part about why you might want to use 5.6 Ultra instead of the regular high thinking and so forth. So the difference with Ultra is that Ultra really starts pushing the bias towards using workflows. Now, workflows, the term is starting to be used a lot more in the AI space. It's effectively going to be more around different, like a workflow, which means how can we chunk the work up in a way where separate agents can do work in parallel? So that way we don't just have one agent who's basically just doing work, but how can we have like 6 agents, for example, run in parallel, build different parts of the app, and then come together. And that's called agent orchestration. And that is what these models are, especially the strong models, are starting to move towards a lot more. Okay. So worth knowing about, we can see our steps here that are being run through as well. And then if we go back over here, we can start to see as things start to come into the picture here as well. Okay. So it's reading the tools, it's going ahead and getting things down, and then it's starting to run commands, right? So again, you can feel free to jump into this, but right now you can see it's actually setting up our ElevenLabs side of things. So very shortly, we should actually see an ElevenLabs. If you're not logged in, it would ask you to log into your CLI. That naturally would run you into that. But if we go over here, we can see right now I have 3, right? We're going to eventually have a 4th that will get introduced. Now, I do want to note as well, right? When you actually set up ElevenLabs, you will need to stick a card on ElevenLabs to get the voice working. Okay, so it's not very expensive, but just something to know as well. Okay, so it's not absolutely free with ElevenLabs, but Convex and Clerk are completely free to go up and running. And it's really worth mentioning. Clerk and Convex, you can go to production and far for free. Like I'm talking far. Like I've launched production apps for clients many times, and when I tell you that you can do so much on these free plans, it's kind of wild. Right? Like until you get to a point of scaling and you have like actual users, it's effectively like past a certain limit. You can have a ton of users that are effectively paying you money and you're not paying for your Clerk and Convex yet. So it can get really powerful. By that point, I recommend you upgrade to the Pro plans because they have benefits like Convex has backups and things like this, but it's just something to pay attention to and worth noting as well. Okay. Now, the clerk to refresh confirmed implementation boundary. Organization must company active clerk session. Okay, so in a moment, we should start seeing sub-agents kick off. And that's where things are going to really start to escalate and kind of run forward quite quickly. But you can see, look, it's running all of the setup here. So it's running all of these. One thing I didn't actually do is I should say I forgot to mention to use shad-cn here. Make the app responsive and modern in design and UX. Right, we're going to go ahead and push that in. And I actually want to make sure that we go ahead and steer that one as well. So shad-cn, if you didn't know, in the background, let's go ahead and check it out. So I'll show you for ourselves while it's doing it. shad-cn over here, design system in short, right? Basically very different to other design systems, however, because it's basically like copying and pasting in these core components, right? You guys basically just get to get these inside of your code base. Now, typically these things take time to build, right? This is really nice as well. Look, messages, things like this. This would have taken a long time before, guys, right? To go ahead and build. Like, even if you think it doesn't, trust me, it's unnecessary long extra steps in building, right? When most of the time your users will be absolutely fine if they saw this, right? Message scroller as well. So in this case, which one's this? If we go ahead and hit send, oh, this one is exactly it. Look, so as you scroll, you see how it goes out. And then if we go ahead and click a new message, my scroll is dropped to the bottom. So you see how we have this little button here? Things like this, right? And they've already thought about the streaming and all this stuff. Again, we have markers. This is another one that's very cool. So you see, like these kind of thinking things, very, very nice additions, right? All of them are relatively new, them ones, in fact, right? But what I recommend you do is you go to the docs, and then what I would first say is to open shad-cn and create, and you can actually customize like a color palette, which is very cool. So if we were to shuffle here, for example, you can get these really nice kind of color palettes off the base, and then I'd recommend you basically go mess around with this until you find a color that suits you, okay? So that's one thing I would recommend to do. And then also you have the CLI. So install the CLI, and then you can also install the skills, right? So by, again, installing the skills gives your agent the best hope at using this, okay? So in this case, it's installed it, and I believe we also have maybe a plugin here for shad-cn. No, it's not here. But yeah, you can just install the skill. It's absolutely fine, right? So heading back over, going over here. Now, let me know. This is the time where you should be asking me questions, right? Ask any question you want. This is the ultimate time to ask questions, because there's literally like nearly 100 of you across platforms watching right now. Just ask me a question. There's no bad, right, wrong answer question. You know, like just feel free to ask away. It's going to be the most value that you'll ever be able to get away from a video like this, right? And probably by asking your question, you're going to help someone else in the replay of this video get even more value from it as well. Okay. Now, what we can do to help our agent out is we can either copy the page or we can just copy this link. We can give this and we can give the CLI, right? So I can be like, install skills and CLI for help. And I can go ahead and steer that one as well, right? So sometimes it can help it out because it can get caught in these little annoying loops sometimes. It's trying to set up Convex, it's reading Convex, and then at which point it will actually start to install shad-cn latest. Okay, so it already did it. I believe I've already got it installed already, but I'll use those two official shad-cn pages, source to truth, install the current shad-cn workflow, and the official agent skill, right? And again, why could you not just, let it do its thing? Suddenly it works for me if I don't install the skill. Why do I need it? The skill is basically like, imagine every agent is the same in the beginning, right? It's basically trained on kind of this prehistoric data, right? So imagine it scraped the internet and the model is where it is, right? Let's just take that high level extraction of it. Now everyone starts on this level. When I install a skill, now my agent is better than your agent at understanding that specific thing. So for example, if I installed a shad-cn skill now, my agent is more of an expert than your agent at understanding shad-cn, because that skill involves all of these documents, which basically tell it exactly how to use it. The CLI and the MCPs are then the things that go ahead and give us, our agents, the hands to go ahead and interact and use the tools to interact with those actual services as well, right? JC Kalia says, can you add in drive time for this demo? We travel to our customers, so appointment availability needs to factor in drive time. Firstly, very, very cool. I think, is that a doctor or is that like but basically, we're doing in clinic at the moment for this demo, but you could definitely do that. And I do recommend two things. I recommend you look at something called the Have-a-Seen formula, or just tell your agent to do that. But basically what you would want to do is you basically say when they're booking, you get their location, right? And then you get the location of all your clinicians. Now, when you have two locations, simply two coordinates, you can just use a simple formula called the Have-a-Seen formula. And basically that will tell you how far apart these two coordinates are on a map. And then because of that, you can basically inform your agent, okay, we book up to 5 miles away or so forth, right? And again, as this is happening, I'm going to go ahead and show you this one on the side. So if we go over here, Have-a-Seen formula for distance calculation. You see? Basically, it calculates the shortest great circle distance between 2 points on a sphere. And the reason why this is kind of good is because you just need a rough estimate, right? You just need roughly how far it is. And you can do it with simple points, right? So give that to your agent and it'll basically help you out a ton with what you're asking for. Next question we have, this is great. Ask the questions, guys. This is awesome stuff, right? Keep on asking these questions. Vibe Summer. For this project, we did not help sync users with the database, but if we sync with that, it will help in future in case if we change auth, right? Or is there any migration step if we were to move from clerk to auth? Firstly, I don't recommend you shift, right? Personally, I think clerk is incredible. So that's my takeaway from this. But if you did want to obviously do that, then you could always do a backfill and, you know, get your users from one place to another and so forth. Like there is a way to do it, right? Vinal says, can we integrate any alternative payment gateways apart from Stripe to work with clerk billing as Stripe is not available in a particular country? Good question. So if you don't have Stripe available in your country, one, you can actually, most people don't know this, but you can actually set up the company or the Stripe account in another country, right, that is supported, and then use it alternatively in your country. So that's one thing. Depending on how your setup is, I don't know if that's allowed, but you can check into that. That's one thing. Two, if it is the case, then yes, you could still use Clerk for the authentication, but then the billing aspect, you could just use another payment provider that is supported. But naturally at that point, you wouldn't get the benefit of the Clerk billing simplicity, right? So you could still use Clerk for the auth 100%, but you would have to implement all of the kind of webhooks and tracking with the payment processor that you're using, okay? Now, you can see it went ahead and installed a bunch of stuff. Now it's kicking off Convex architecture, 11 agents architecture, and the tooling audit. And notice how, this is one thing I love about GPT-5.6. It didn't create new agents, right? So I have OpenClaw, Hermes agents, all of these cool things. They always opt to create a new sub-agent, including Fable, right? But GPT-5.6 actually reuses the old agents. And you're probably wondering, what's the big deal? Why is that important? Because guys, it means they don't start from empty context, right? This Convex architecture already had all of the Convex setup information. So now, naturally, it's the best agent we should give the task for Convex to continue on. So this is really, really good stuff. That's why I think it's awesome, right? You're absolutely welcome, JC Claire. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong, but really good question. That's what I mean. Ask away, guys. Really great stuff. And remember, if you enjoy this video, do me a solid. Just hit that like button. Please hit the like button. Go tell your fiance, tell your wife, your partner, whoever, your friends, hit that like button. Right? It helps out a ton in terms of getting this video out to as many people as possible. Okay. So now it's going to go ahead and it's running 3 agents in the background. And then we can go ahead and see, right? So in this case, and what's really cool about this, which is worth mentioning, again, it's not a silly question to ask. If you have agents running in the background, does it block the main thread? No, it doesn't, right? So your main agent is here, still in this chat. I can ask questions, I can do things, but the benefit is these agents won't get blocked by that, right? Whereas if I just had it on, let's say, for example, I'm trying to save tokens, I'm on a medium effort, you're actually going to cause yourself more of a problem down the line, in my opinion, right? Because you're going to, by being cheap in one area, you're going to cause a lot of hassle and context restriction. Remember, GPT-5.6, I believe, has 1 million context window, but the default, I believe, is 250K. Let's double check while it does this. GPT 5.6 context window size. That means the amount of information that it can keep inside of it. So you can use a 1 million context window, I believe. However, the default, I believe, is less. So effective usable window, 353 to 372. And then I believe, yeah, so if you're using Codex, it tends to basically constrict at these levels. However, in Cursor, I believe if you go to, for example, Command I, let's go over here and let's pull open, for example, GPT-5.6. You can see, yeah, we can actually adjust the context windows, right? So you might be able to do that as well inside of Codex, but just something to know as well, right? So you can see here, we've started to get tons of changes. Look, these are all skills that have been installed. And again, let's take a look at this. Skills have been installed into the repo, which means any other agent from another coding harness gets access to these skills, which is benefit. It's a big benefit. Okay. So now we can go ahead and close this one. And then let's go back over here. And okay, these agents are doing their thing. So would the caveman skill help with this? Asked by Leslie Sama, right? So let's go ahead and check what he means by the caveman skill. Caveman skill, AI, right? So just let's see. Caveman, why use so many tokens when few? Let's see what this is. Firstly, very popular. Okay. When few do the trick, may your AI coding talk like caveman. Oh, I remember this one. Okay. To be honest with you, it's actually quite a cool. This one I would say, okay, I would do it on a personal project first and see how it does, because naturally, if you're using less descriptive words, you can imagine if I try to explain a scenario to you in one, as the biggest I can explain it, like let's take this approach, right? I can use every descriptive word and really try and break things down and kind of bloat it out, and I can explain that to you, or I can just talk in the least amount of characters and words as possible. You can tell, like this one has more information inside of it than this one. Doesn't mean it's always the right thing, but basically sometimes it can blow out a lot of the responses. The reason your React component is re-rendering is likely because you're creating a new object reference on each render cycle when the blah, 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 right? Whereas Caveman agent can go ahead and say new object ref each render, inline object prop equals new, basically just like straight to the point, right? And that can actually massively go ahead and like condense it. Oh, nice. Thank you so much. We just got a donation. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for Fredericon. He goes, hi, bro. You are the best. I firstly thank you so much. That's very nice of you. Create a Discord community or give the link, please. So we have an upcoming really awesome community. Feel free to join it here. So the link is in the description. Go to papareact.com. /detail-form, right? So it's a bit strange, but you can just find the link in the description. It stands for Zero to AI Hero, right? So we had Zero to AI and Zero to Full Stack Hero for like years in the best community on the planet, and now we're upgrading things. We paused things for a while, and we're coming back with Zero to AI Hero, right? So we've coined that for the longest time. The branding is the best community, period, right? So when it comes back to Caveman, and thank you so much, Federico, and I appreciate you. Very, very kind of you. Right, you can feel free to try out the caveman thing. There's a lot of skills like this. There's a couple out there like the grill me and so forth. But again, it's completely up to you on how you want to do that, right? But I wouldn't recommend it if you're trying to do, a huge what's it called? If you're trying, we also have a Discord that's live right now, by the way. And we also have a school community. So if you really want to get involved, jump over to universityofcode.com, right? Go to universityofcode.com. You'll land on our school community, right? We have 5.4 thousand members inside there. Feel free to go ahead and check it out. Okay. We've got loads of community, like groups everywhere, right? I'm trying to consolidate now into the AI, into this new community. Clerk's development instance now configured live. The 3 organization features and plans are applied. Amazing. Check this out now. So let's go over to Clerk. Let's go to our subscription plans. And boom, we have 3 different plans. And you can see here in the Pro, we actually have, like, you can give free trials as well. You got the monthly or monthly and annual. Notice how it's selected monthly here. So we can give annual plans, but we didn't choose to give annual plans here today, right? But you can go ahead and simply toggle this and give a discount, for example, on annual plans. You can also do seat-based. Now, I have a whole dedicated video coming out for you guys if you're interested in how to do that. I've already got the first video on seat-based, seat limited. However, now they've upgraded this to seat-based, which means that you can actually charge per seat if you want to do that as well. And then here you can see the features themselves. Now, if we preview this or edit this, sorry, you can see each one is actually got a nice name, which will appear on the table itself for the pricing, or the key, which is what we use in the code, right? And you can see these are publicly appear on the pricing table, user profile and organization profile components, right? So accept bookings through the public web portal and AI text agent. So when you're inside this, you guys can see for yourselves. We'll go back to the plans. The scale plan is the one that gives you the voice agent. Okay, AI voice agent. Nice. Right. What does per seat mean? Someone said. So think of it this way. Per seat is actually really, really cool. It basically means that, let's say I've got an organization, I've got a team, right? And let's say I'm on the pro plan, right? The pro plan could support up to 3 seats. So that could mean, for example, I could have like me, Jay, and our editor on the plan, right? Now let's say my team grew, right? And we've got the developers involved. We've got a few of our other editors and a few extra people that I want inside that organization. Now I want 5 seats, but I only have 3 seats in the pro plan. So I can basically make it I can upgrade to the scale plan or whatever we decide to call it. And I can make the scale plan either have unlimited seats or, for example, 10, right? Now you can do that, right? So in this case, you can go ahead and upgrade it. So now when they upgrade to scale plan, they get 10 seats. But you can go a step further. You can actually say, for example, on the pro plan, if you have 3 seats, right, that are included in the pro plan, I can say, you know what? Instead of having another plan and making it complicated, you can have 3 included in the pro plan, but you can pay $10 per additional seat per month up to 10 more users. So you can limit the number of users, or you can just simply bill based on the number of seats they need. So it's a very, very handy and powerful feature. And this is something very, very popular in enterprise companies, okay? They pay per seat. Think about Notion, right? Notion do this a lot, right? They have pay per seat. Same for Slack. We use Slack all the time. It's a big thing, right? So you can see it's created all the plans. This is awesome. And then if we go to our integrations, I believe it should have set that up as well. So you can actually enable it here, but I do find that they end up doing it through most of the time, the actual sessions one, which is inside of here. So sessions, JWT templates, and it'll probably create it here, but it will handle that for us, right? So actually handle that in a moment now. Responsive 11 Convex architecture. Let's see where the Convex is at. I'm implementing Convex 10 model and invariance now. The auth boundary stays clerk only. Convex will store business, customer, booking usage records, and so forth. So if we look at our code now, let's go ahead and take a deep dive while it's working, right? Let's go ahead and see. We've got our environment example. So this is our environment example file, and then the environment local. And you can see it's already pre-filling these details, right? Now, again, I'm going to go ahead and invalidate these keys. So you should obviously keep your environment file private. But you guys can see for yourself here, these are our keys, this is our environment, and the agent handled it all, okay? Now, if we go to our app, we can see we've got the app itself, and look, loads of routes already being built out, right? It's full, you know, pretty awesome. It's working. And then if we go to the page, you can see it's already, this actually has not been affected yet. But if we go to Convex, we should soon start to see our schema and everything gets set up here, right? So that's going to be where it really starts to evolve quite rapidly. So over here, we can see it's planning, secure item booking verification. So it's going ahead and basically planning over there. Right now, investigating quote reinforcement and see what's going on here. So you can see this is now editing our proxy file. So proxy file is the middleware inside of Next.js, but it works perfectly well with Clerk. And you can see here, create route matcher is actually a deprecated route. And this is what I was talking about when it comes to what's it called? What's it? You can now use, does it say that it's deprecated here? No, it doesn't say it here. It says it here. Okay. So sometimes with these things, like we can say, like it's actually going to find this on its own. It will go ahead and actually find this. But if we go and just give it to our agent, it will help it out a little bit more. But basically, whenever you see a line through in the code, it just means that it's deprecated. It's getting rolled out very shortly, right? But basically what this is doing is every request that flies through the app, what we're effectively doing is we're saying, okay, if you try to go into /app and any route beyond that, where you're going to basically say, if it's a part of that kind of route, and you can have loads of them here, like, you know, you can have comma with all the kinds of different routes, then we're going to protect that page, meaning the user has to be logged in to be able to go to that page. Okay. So we could go ahead and just pop that in here and send it off. And then we can go ahead and steer that one if we want. But I don't want to maybe steer that one too much now. Oh, we can do it. We can steer it. It's fine. Right. And then a lot of the time it will find it itself in the lint checking process. Right. So good catch. I'm replacing the deprecated matcher now with Clerk's current Clerk middleware request pattern directly while keeping only the /app protected and the public booking page agent routes open. So what we'll see now is we'll start to make a different change and it will get rid of this. Right. And this is what I really like, right? Is it like, again, there's a difference between vibe coding, where the term has basically become very common to just basically, it's like, think of a car like self-driving, I'm not staring at the road, right? When you're building an app, stare at the damn road, right? So you want to know what's going on. So you can see, like, I know exactly what this agent is doing. I know every step it's doing. I know what it's going in and setting up. It did set up an ElevenLabs for us. So let's go ahead and check out what it did over there. So if we go to ElevenLabs and we go over here, we can actually see that we should have a fourth set up here, or in fact, it might have reused one. I wonder if it did. So let's go ahead and see. We've got 3 over here, unless it did it in a different account, or maybe it hasn't pushed it yet. We'll see. But either way, we can ask a question afterwards. But you see, responsive product URI is also going ahead and doing something now. Backend content is not stable enough to one click V7 migration. Most players are adding the resource level guard across every admin route before completing the data views. So what that means is, if we go over here, you can see anytime we have a /app route, what you'll find probably now is a auth protect block. So yes, you could do this here, or you could do this at a top level layout for app, because everything in app is technically protected. So I could actually have the app, the await auth protect block here. So there are levels to refactoring. So there's a lot of different things that you can imagine, right? So we got a question here. Mina Lee says, can I say this is a SaaS app? Yeah, this is a software as a service B2B SaaS app. Yes, I know the term gets thrown around, loan B2B AI SaaS, but this is actually an AI SaaS B2B one. The reason I ask is I know AI automation guys building booking systems in like NAN, no code. Is this like the same? So you could do this similarly with NAN, and I've seen people do it as well. Yes, but this is actually a SaaS in the sense of like, this is actually a app that you can launch and people can sign up by themselves too. And then they can, that's the difference there. So whilst, yeah, you could probably hack it together with automations, that's very finicky. And remember, that person has to monitor it, make sure it, blah, blah, blah. But we're building a platform that anyone can sign up to, anyone can self-onboard themselves to, create, update their knowledge base, the information, the tooling, all that stuff. And then they have these public pages and they basically just pay a monthly fee. And this is what I recommend in the AI era that you guys do, because you can make a ton of money doing this. Okay. So we can see these agents 15 minutes later, still going ahead and doing their thing. So let's go ahead and see what this one's up to now. So this one's doing a ton of work at the back, Convex architecture. And what I love, by the way, guys, is these little icons are not there for no reason, right? What they're there to help us understand is, you see, these agents are communicating with each other. That's a huge deal. And I want you to really pay attention to that. They're talking to each other, which means that we don't have to wait until an agent finishes all of its work. And then this agent finishes all of its work. And then they come together and like, oh, we made a mistake. No, as they get information, they send that information to each other and they can have a conversation effectively, which can basically, massively improve the efficiency. So in this case, you can see that all of these agents are basically talking to each other. And when it said agent, that meant our main agent, okay? So that's actually referring to this agent here. But you can see, like, it edits a file, tells the Convex architecture. And then you see it received this information or something and so forth. And basically they have a communication going back and forth, okay? And a lot of the time with these new models now, you can actually leave them, honestly, a lot of the time by themselves. What I'd really recommend that you guys do while this is happening is you set up Codex on your phone. So for example, I'm going to go to ChatGPT, the app right now on my phone, and I'll show you guys how I can see it running locally, right? So if I press Command B, I've already set my ChatGPT up. So it can basically, I can remote in to this as well as my Mac Mini. So if I go to the remote tab on the ChatGPT app right now, I can actually see at the top, I have a app here. So I've got a few others here. You can actually see I've got one which says, let me see if I can actually, basically it says the project. So basically what I've done is I've gone to the sidebar and I've clicked on remote inside the ChatGPT app on my phone. And then I've gone into it and I can see my project and I can see Sunny's MacBook, Sunny's Mac Mini. I click on set up clerk automation and look at this, guys. I can basically see the entire chat on my phone as well. So this is a must if I was you, because what you can actually do right now is not only can I can also see the agent. So there's a button at the bottom, and what they do on the phone app is they basically show names for the agent, like Paul, Gibson, and so forth, right? So that's something that I thought was quite cool that you can do. But really get into this workflow. Start a task on your computer. I leave my computer running, or if you have a desktop or a Mac Mini, whenever I need my laptop, I just leave the Mac Mini running. And basically, I can just check in. I can do other things. When I'm at the gym, I'm like, if I'm doing cardio, for example, I can be on my phone and just checking in on things. And I do it all the time, and I highly recommend you guys do as well. And the benefit of doing it with a remote agent instead of a cloud agent is the remote agent has access to your CLI a lot of the time, okay? So it's going to be a lot more capable of doing things. So let's go back to the code. Let's see what's going on, right? So over here for now, let's see what's happening. So 233 files. Again, a huge commit, in my opinion. I'd probably take a bit more time than this. I'd commit more frequently than this, or we can ask our agent to commit small parts of this as it made sense. We got a question from Mina Lee, actually Bob. Have you tried Kimi K3 yet? Thoughts on it? I've tried it partially, but I know it's a very good model. I like the competition right now that's going on in the space because it forces the ones who thought they could be comfortable, like Claude, for example, to basically wise up and get things right. So I like the competition, but we'll be checking out Kimi K3 in very shortly. Mina Lee says, are your agents a coordinator architecture or hub and spoke, etc.? So right now, the main thing to understand, and again, you don't need to even overcomplicate it. The main agent in Ultra mode has very strong orchestration capabilities, right? So you can basically just ask this one agent to handle everything regarding your sub-agents, and it will handle it, okay? Build by speed, you can go literally talk to it here, or you can go ahead and do the following to have your input. Again, it's just ways of inputting into an agent, right? Okay, so responsive product UI, let's have a look. So public flows now being wide clerk requirements. I'm super thirsty today. Wow. Okay. The clerk requirement changes the public boundary out. Okay, so now I love this. They're starting to literally, as it builds out, they're starting to go ahead and ask the others for basically like, what changes are happening. Like, tooling and authentication gaps. This is amazing, right? So let's have a look what's happening here. So what I like to do as well is sometimes, actually we can't really do it in this view, but it's fine. What you can do is you can just dive in, let's have a look. So all the skills we skip past, but you can see here, all the individual pages. And what I like with the GPT-5.6, and it does this a lot, and this is a very good pattern in my opinion, is it introduces higher order components more than Fable. Okay, so for example, page frame. Yeah, so this page frame is it's way better at actually building like proper coding patterns that I would use myself. So for example, business profile editor, right? You've probably got a couple of pages where you've got repeated headers, all this kind of stuff. So instead of repeating the code everywhere, it made a page frame component with props, eyebrow, title, description. And you see, it takes children, and now it reuses it across. And then we can have the business profile editor and so forth. This is erroring because it's probably not run Convex. It's absolutely fine, right? I love this one. Vulnerability exploit says, hey, I've been watching you since a very long time. And I must say, love your builds and your hair. Thank you so much. Fun question while we're waiting for the agent anyway. Do you guys prefer my hair up or down? That's a fun question. I'll kind of throw that one out there. But thank you. I appreciate it, dude. Right now it's like down, right? But yeah, it's just a fun one. All right. Vinal says, by the time my usage would have finished in a pro plan for Claude. Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, like it's way better efficiency wise. Look at this. Usage remaining. Let's have a look. Oops. Okay. What have I done? I just hit a hiccup by pressing something else. Let's see. Hopefully I didn't screw something up. Yeah, drop it in the chat. Let's get the votes going, guys. Hopefully I didn't freeze this one. Come on. Let's have a look. Down is clean, Vinal Kumo says. Okay, interesting. We've got one vote for down. Let's have a look. Let's see what other people say while this is loading. I really hate when this doesn't happen much, so I'm not sure exactly what made this hang. ChatGPT is not responding. Oh, okay, damn it. Hopefully it doesn't cut. Because these are quite deep in their work. I mean, to be honest, if it did cut, you can just resume, but it's going to be kind of annoying. Keep the answers rolling. I love that one. We're gonna let it carry on rolling. You know, or maybe I just cut it. I don't know why that happened. Honestly, it's very frustrating because it's still running here. That's fine as it is. Yeah, thank you, dude. I mean, this is down, so usually I have it up. So that's kind of the fun thing. I'm gonna cut it. So ChatGPT, I'm gonna go ahead and do open escape. I'm just gonna kill this. So force quit. And we killed it. Okay, that's horrible. So let's open it up again. And let's go ahead and bring it back in a second. Wow, that's loading. Yeah, looks good as it is, bro. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. This is when I mean cut. I mean I literally just got it cut 2 seconds ago. My barber came to the apartment right before I was live. So it's quite a fresh cut right now. But it's down at the moment. So funny. Oh, we do have the other agent. No, we don't have it yet. Okay. Why is my chat GPT? Where did it go? Interesting. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't cause any issues because it was doing an incredible run. Come on, ChatGPT. Let's not do this now. Let's not cause a scene. All right, where's ChatGPT? Let's kill it again. Let's try again. I'll be gutted if this is the case, but we'll get past it. ChatGPT. Oh no, what is going on? Why is that happening? Show all the windows. Let's have a look. Oh, it's not even anywhere to be seen. Okay. Let's see. If I go to, I just want to see something. ChatGPT. Let me see if I can pull up my. No. Okay. I mean, that's very frustrating. I don't know why it's hanging. I'm gonna have to debug right now why my AI isn't running, but that's an interesting corner case, right? So in this case, it can happen. There's 2 things we could do now. So Codex is effectively running in there, right? So I don't know if the CLI is actually still the thing running under the hood of this now. So Codex is now in ChatGPT, but is the CLI under the hood of this now? So Codex CLI. So we do have the CLI. Let's have a look. So opening our Codex. Let's have a look if we can pull up the CLI and try and save the day. So Codex. Update now. Yeah, let's update it. It's in the background. And maybe we can tap into it from Codex CLI so we can continue on. Okay, it crashed again, which means hopefully now it can open up. Oh no, what happened there? Why did it? Okay, yep, we're back. Hey, we are back. Right. So in this case, we're back with this. And let's see if our agents are running. Let's say continue. Okay, yes, they're alive. They're alive. Wait, so continue the app. The Codex crashed. I think what actually happened is I just didn't update my Codex and it kind of forced a weird situation. So if I go here again. Okay, we're 91%. Okay, but we're still good. Right, still good. That was the answer to the actual initial question here. Right? So now it's going to have to spin up our agents again. Continue. So hopefully it just wakes these guys up. So we'll see. This is a good little test actually to see what's going on. And then picking up was like, well, what was last time? Continue. Install the agent. Join the stream information. Resume content. Okay. Now in the background, I just want to check something. Please restart Codex. If I type in Codex here, you do trust. Let's do go back. Let's do documents, builds. Let's do AI. What was it? AI booking demo. So it's AI booking, AI-booking, agent demo. Is this one? Yeah, agent demo. And then let's do Codex. And hooks need review. One hook is new or changed. Hook runs out. Let's just say trust all. Let's review the hooks. Let's see what it was after a tool. Okay. T to trust all. Enter. Space to enter tool. Escape to go back. Okay, we're happy with this for now. Okay, so we can carry on through this as well. All right, nice. So it's good to know. Like it's good. It's always good to have the backup option of being able to jump in. if we just want to see something, if I type in /help, oh, not this one is. I don't actually use the Codex CLI much, so I'm kind of new to this one. But we can see maybe what's running at the moment, perhaps by seeing. So fast mode, personality, subagents, switch active agent, and so forth. But we can see what's actually running maybe. So we can see skills, review my current changes and find issues now. Agent, switch agent, active thread, /agent. So we have a main thread running right now. So you could jump over to that, but I don't want to interrupt it. Let's close this. Let's cut it off and let's close it. Right. Let's go back here. Now you can see, so it's now finishing those ones, so it didn't resume that, which is kind of annoying. I would have preferred, I could have told it, I guess, to carry on, but it's fine. Let's just say, could you not resume the old agents? I was going to see if it could do that. But yeah, typically you won't have to deal with that. That was a very weird one. And the origin process, show me up to say nothing to use. The file system is well preserved. Okay, frustrating. So it's all right. Here's what it is. Just going to carry on now. So it has to get its context back a bit by reading a bit. They're communicating already, which is already great. And then Convex finishing as well. Substantial on-track foundation. And this is, again, this is a pure example of checkpoints, right? So checkpoints, again, caused an issue here. Well, obviously we're a bit far in the rabbit hole right now. But let's go and look at a few cool things now while this is happening. So let's go to Convex, and we can see now we have the backend. So Schema, let's take a look. So firstly, this likely has been ran, which means we do have a Convex instance running. Let's have a look. So we got the AI booking agent demo. This was created 35 minutes ago. Perfect. Let's go in here. We can see data, and then it hasn't synced yet. Okay. So it has not synced yet. So it will go ahead and do that in a short while once it runs. But basically in the schema.ts file, we can see like the business, the organization ID, name, category, time zone, and so forth. Public sites. We have the staff who are inside of the actual thing. So interesting about the staff, but I think maybe I'm not sure about if we have this part. Services, we have the staff services. Okay, I guess they're just naming the staff, not the organization members. Weekly availability with the staff themselves, availability exceptions, customers that are booking, their name, email lowercase, and phone. Yep, bookings themselves, agent sessions as well, and usage periods, usage ledger, ElevenLabs webhook receipts as well. Okay, cool. Now let's go back over here. So it's worth knowing as well when we check into that. We've got the schema, and then you've got typically the way it works inside of Convex is your schema is your the actual, basically the tables inside your database. And then each of the actual individual tables, the standard is you would have that table name .ts, so staff.ts. And this is where your query and mutations will exist. So a validator typically is to validate against input and output. These are erroring out because it hasn't ran yet. So it needs to generate the types, but this will be correct once it goes in and runs. And you can see it created a helper function called require organization, which basically gets the identity, checks if the user is authenticated, and then checks if the organization actually is present. This is a bit of a hacky approach, by the way. I'm not a huge fan of this, where it checks the actual, what's it called? It's checking the actual JWT token. So this is not my favorite approach, but we can actually go ahead and dive into afterwards. So we learn a lot. For the sake of upgrading, can the channel try microservice architecture? Never had that on the channel. Microservices, yeah, we could look into microservices, micro front ends as well. It's a good suggestion. I'll definitely add it to a list potentially. But yeah, it could be actually a good use case for like, front ends and so forth. Also, a little cool thing that I want to put into play is you might have seen one of these characters, right? This is kind of a cool thing from ChatGPT at the moment. So you've got these little pets. So they're kind of cool. Like, I guess if you've got loads of screens open, I usually have it on a separate screen. And basically it's just like it tells you what your agents are up to. So like this one is basically this agent here, and the setup clerk authentication is what it's doing. So it's kind of handy. I mean, you can kind of jump into it and just chat away with it. But this is, I don't know, it's one of their pet things. That's what you might have seen here when we're into settings, hide pet, right? So it's something interesting. Recovery code is already moving again. Local ElevenLabs security testing and cloud billing. Feature matrix are passing, and the replacement agents are continuing to save Convex UI agent files. Nice. I'm also going to mention, also don't forget, also ideally also commit changes at reasonable moments to avoid tons of files in a single large commit. Okay, and then this one, when it synchronizes, we'll see all the tables get pulled in. Now let's have a look at ElevenLabs. Have we created our agent yet? Let's have a look. So let's go to our agents tab over here. Oops, not this one. Should have, no, we haven't yet. Okay. Our checkpoint is in coherent milestones. Instead of jump tooling, so it's just shared. I'm doing separate Convex backend project. I'm making the first safe checkpoint now with staging the agents in progress files. Without staging the in progress files. Okay. So in this case, we should start seeing a few checkpoints being pulled in. So if we go here, go to our graph, we can see it's going to start to hopefully checkpoint as an add commits. And we should see this number dial down from active changes. Yep, you can see there you go. We just did it. Although it didn't, that's interesting. What did it do there? Planning milestone, excluding active agents. Diff cached. So let's do graph. Let's see. So interestingly enough, oh sorry, it was in stage changes. I was wondering, oh my god, stage changes, yeah. So it staged a bunch of changes, and then it's going to go, look, there you go. It created a commit, install current platform tooling. So this one is more around the platform tooling, and then it's going to go through and commit. So you got just nicer checkpoints. Okay. And again, this is what I like coding is becoming a lot more fun in my opinion, right? It's a lot more accessible now in terms of so what you want to mainly focus on is the good practices that separate you and actually allow you to deliver value into a business or any kind of situation. So as opposed to focusing on line by lines anymore. 2 recovery checkpoints now committed. Nice, right? So we have, there you go. So we've got another checkpoint. Feature add secure multi-tenant app foundation. The 3 tasks remain on stage while they're doing commits. So the next commits will stay cleanly separate. Nice. Okay. And you can see the agent likely updated this over here as well. Oh, it didn't probably yet, but it will do it afterwards. Booking code is now added one invariant. Stock can now become or move an appointment inside the same transaction that rereads the tenant, schedule buffer, and collision index. Nice. And then let's go over here. And one thing I would recommend if you're watching a replay of this, I highly recommend you just jump through. If you want to, you can jump through in the timestamps. We have timestamps immediately available after these videos go live. Okay, so ElevenLabs finished. This one is the architecture, the UI, and the Convex side. So let's go into Convex. Booking core is now being added around one invariant. The slot can become. So you see how it found an issue before with the booking core. It fixed it in one agent, sent that information over, and then kind of carried on, improving things across the agents. Really, really awesome stuff, honestly. Just checking one thing. Nice, right? So the next thing I want to do is that you see here, rate limiting. I love this, absolutely love this. So rate limiter. So a lot of the time, Convex actually has these handy components. So if we type in Convex rate limiter, really awesome component. What this does is rate limiting is the practice of, I think the easiest way to describe rate limiting is you've ever got an OTP, for example, where they text you a 6-digit code on your phone and you keep spamming the send me the code again, send me the code again. If you didn't rate limit that, you'd be spamming the backend with sending SMS codes, which would really stress a server out, or someone can really do some crazy stuff with that, right? So rate limiting is where it says basically, can't do that for another minute. And typically there could be exponential backoff. So if you kept doing something maliciously, it could be like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and so forth. But typically you want to do is say, for example, you want to restrict the user from misusing a certain service, you can rate limit that service. So that way, when they do something, it will go ahead and basically be like, okay, you can only do that again in 24 hours, right? So it can actually stop someone from misusing a system. That is rate limiting. they have really nice components so you can basically just install into your Convex setup. So for me, Convex has just grown a lot over time. It's like Clerk. They really just are ahead of the game with this stuff. I really do like it. And potentially one entitlement engine surface integration stock widget must also support pro text sessions. So they're even factoring in the gating side of things now. So this is where I think it's just leagues at the moment, in my opinion. Like even above Fable, I'll be honest, like I have found GPT-5.6, including the design, to be very, very good, guys. Right? And look at this. They're also very, very careful with testing. So I find that a lot of the time there's tons and tons of testing that's now being included, which before wasn't the case. Right? Now we started at 97%. Let's have a look what we're at usage-wise. So going over here, usage remaining, 88%. Right? So 97. So we're only down 9%. Someone said, why Convex versus Supabase? Supabase is awesome as well, guys. Right? Supabase is pretty damn cool. So let's go check it out for yourself. So I do love Supabase as well. Like they're a great platform. They've got a ton of awesome stuff going on for them as well. The real-time side of things is very cool. If you want to check out that, I really do like that. That's kind of a more newer edition I've seen. But beyond that, everything else is pretty much similar. Like in terms of like what you want to do for it, right? I think the main pushback here would be, are you a Postgres person or are you kind of a more NoSQL style person? If you're more Postgres, Supabase. If you're more flexible data structure, NoSQL, then Convex is the route. It's never really a one is massively better than the other. They all tend to, I like the competition between them because it causes them to be much better platforms. Desktop sandbox rather than application based linked instances to present. So this is now going ahead and doing a lot of testing. So it's going to be enough for generate types. I'm running Convex code generation before running tests. So it's going heavy on testing now. So we can let this do its thing. I want to see if we can run maybe the app in the background. So what we can do is we can actually press Command J. We can open up a terminal here, right? So when we have a terminal, we can pretty much do all of our commands. So I can say cat package JSON, for example, and see what the commands are. So in this case, it's got the dev script, and you see the Convex one over here as well. Now, what I like to do is actually add a dev all script. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to turn the music down a little bit. I'm going to say create a dev all script which concurrently runs the deb server as well as the Convex server. So I like to go ahead and do this. Convex server, right? I'm just going to change the music up as well. I'm going to put Jay's playlist on. You guys seem to like that one in the past. So let's go ahead and pop that one on. So now, and also smash that like button. Very close to hitting the hundreds, right? So let's go and see. Blah, blah, blah. Let me finish to see what's up. I'm wondering if it's now created the agent. Yeah. Let's have a look. Let's go over here. View all agents. Let's have a look. So created on July. No, so it hasn't yet created the agent unless it's trying to already use one that I have. So let's go back over here. Let's check into our environment file. We can see I've got my Convex. I do not have do not have, look at this slot sign secret. So it's very good. So it's being very careful with security, booking security. A lot of questions came up about this in the dedicated video I dropped with Bland AI. So this actually is kind of a cool thing to maybe compare with that as well. ElevenLabs API key, webhook, secret, environment, as well as a bunch of different booking chat agent, ID, voice agent, chat agent. Okay, so it's got a ton of different agents as well. I don't know if you need separate agents for the chat and voice. Interesting. So when we come to that, we'll see how it handles that. But I believe you could just do one agent. In addition, I saw that in ElevenLabs, with the 11 agents, you're creating 2 agents, one for voice and one for chat. In the documentation, it recommends we create a single agent, and then we basically can go ahead and use both text and voice against that single agent. 11 agents. 11 agents. I'll add that now as a small standalone feature. I'm going to push this one in as well because I don't want ElevenLabs to go, this starts building XYZ and then it's going to basically be a bit of an annoying situation. Now we're coming up to just under the 2-hour mark. I think we're going to go ahead and I think we're relatively close actually. Once we get the 11 agents kind of pushed into things, we're actually way closer than you might think. So let's go ahead and do pm dev. Oh, actually after the dev command comes in, we'll do it. So heading back over, let's see, planning the dev all script while Convex is doing that. The architecture has been simplified to one private multimodal agent. So you see how it sent that information over here? Duplicate configs now while preserving separate clerk entitlements and transport selection at credential issuance. So it's doing it very securely, actually, to be fair. So fair play. So you deleted the booking chat, booking voice, JSON, agents, JSON. Okay. And now, how about creating a Papa Fam app for the community to use? You know what? I've actually thought about this because our platform that we use for the community is called Kajabi. However, I have thought about making my own app. So maybe that's not a bad idea. Maybe I'll do a little side quest and go and build a little Papa Fam app that everyone can chat on. That would be very cool. That would actually be very cool. I quite like that idea. Jay, definitely note that one down. It'd be a pretty cool thing to do as a side quest. And then we can just kind of keep it, I guess, updated as the Papa Fam app. It would be pretty sick. I can just do a couple cool things in there. Yeah, not a bad idea. And then that's actually a pretty cool, good idea. It's actually a very cool idea. I like that one. Do a side quest like life is a game. At the moment with the AI agents, it's pretty fun to be able to do that. And how do we stop the AI from hallucinating? So the hallucination side of things will come down to the correct tools that you can provide it. Prompt is a massive thing as well, system prompts and things like this. Making sure that you explicitly are saying things. However, can you always protect against 100% hallucination? No. However, get the community involved. Honestly, Tetron, I 100,000,000% agree with you. Community is so important for us. So we really need to do that as well. It would be so cool. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Get the community involved on the app. Maybe I open source the Papa Fam app potentially. That would be cool. That would be very cool. Maybe we do that. That would be pretty awesome, to be fair. Yeah, maybe we do something like that. We have an open source Papa Fam app, and everyone can keep on adding to it, improving it, and so forth. And that would be awesome. I think that is a good idea, dude. And then we can have it like some open source community app. That would be awesome. Really nice. I love that idea. Maybe we start doing stuff like that. Previously, the reason why I didn't do the open source route with the community stuff is because it was just a lot harder for me to be actively involved in so many different projects. With AI, it's a different story. So that's a really good idea. I'm very excited about that. Backend test now can use Convex to generate a test loading pattern. Strict PNPN linking. Okay. So, 11, let's just have a look. So, obviously it's been simplified. So it's editing the files, pushed it back to the agent. The agent 1 pivot exposed an important entitlement edge case assigned URL is bound to an agent version, but the text only flag is supplied by the browser. It's fine for UX, but by itself it's not hard to scale as pro. Okay, I'm checking the current levels for a secure amount. I'm not sure if it meant that they had 2 agents before because of the text only for pro and scale. That could have been why it was doing it, by the way. But no, I still think we should have 1 agent. It shouldn't be 2 agents, overkill. But what we could do in the meantime is let's do package JSON. We should have dev all, right? So pm dev all. You see, it's just a script, which we'll go ahead and do is now kill all the other ones. Let's go ahead and run it, and let's see where we're at so far. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. So let's take a look. So let's go over here, localhost. Refresh. Nice. Okay. Slot wise, sign in, open up bookings that run themselves. Ensure service, blah, blah, blah. Start with the web booking, explore the channels. Meet customers wherever they want to book. Web booking, AI text agent, AI voice agent. Start online, add AI when it earns its place. There's going to be errors because we're obviously adding to this as it goes. Now, if I go to sign in, let's have a look what's going on here. So the problem is that now my agents are fighting for this, this local host. So it's probably the reason why, because they're all trying to run the app. Yep, see? Ram PM devil. Obviously, I'm going to kill this one. So So that's probably what's happening here. That's why it's not actually running, because my agents are trying to fight for that. Try and click sign in. Yeah, okay. So right now this is just doing its own thing. So let's let it do its own thing, but this is cool as well, right? And it also found a breaking issue. Yeah, so yes, and let's see, developing against deployment, Convex as well. Import the selectors depending on the terminal, which may change in clerk deploys component updates. Remember, install clerk UI and pass it to the clerk provider. So it needs to take on to consideration these things as well. Now also Convex functions ready. So let's take a look. So while that's happening, let's go to our Abo Adamu. Yo, what is good, Abo? OG in the house. Absolute G is part of the Zero to Full Stack Hero Diamond community. Legend, been around for a while. Good to see you, dude. We've got all the tables that are now synced as well. And you can see the functions. This is one thing I like about Convex. The functions are actually basically given in as or uploaded as cloud functions. So these are private ones and these are public ones. So let list public. If we were to run this function, you can see it goes ahead and we actually have to pass in local date, service ID, slug and traffic, staff ID and so forth, and it will list out the public availability as well. But this is very cool. And we also have HTTP. This is going to be our actual endpoints. These are going to be for the webhook side of things from ElevenLabs, right? And these are for the tool calling, like ElevenLabs tools, services, staff, availability, book, lookup, reschedule, cancel, and posting. Okay. And like it found that error. This is what I love. Like you see, it tries to run it, finds the error as well, and so forth. Install the name, report all functions. That runs surface to clerk stability warning. So it's going to go ahead and fix that. Now it's installing clerk UI. Really nice, honestly. And meanwhile, Convex is added in backend tests. So just notice how when I did previous builds with like, even with Opus and Fable, it wasn't as resilient on the testing, right? So yes, this is going to use a few more tokens, but in my opinion, you're getting more quality out of it. So if we go to usage remaining, 86, now we just hit over 11% of usage, right? And bear in mind, this would be a full app. So like a full app, 11% of usage, really not a problem in my eyes. Considering it was done in, like we're at 2-hour mark and it's already like near the end line, right? So 11 finish, let's have a look. Let's go back to ElevenLabs. Very shortly, we should actually have our agent being pushed in here as well, provided it can figure out how to push the agent. Okay. Come on, B. Let's go to our subagents. I'm going to go ahead and change the music a little bit. This one kind of, I don't know. I like it sometimes, but sometimes it also puts me to sleep a little bit. Sorry, Jay. I mean, as I say that, as I put a slow song on, but this one's still vibey, right? So UI finish is now done. Amazing stuff. And then we have the Convex finish. So a couple of things. If we go to our local host, is it still running the icon? Okay, it's fine for now. Head back over here. I really can't stop thinking about the open source idea. I think that is so cool. That's a really good idea. Thank you a lot for that suggestion, Tetron. So we have the 11 finish. Let's see, the architecture has been simplified. Clarifying branch. Let's see, so it's gone ahead and it's fixing a lot of the issues between what it tried to do previously with the 2 different agents versus the new singular approach, which is better. Singular meaning we don't need to have like multiple agents for like dev or voice only. You should just have, you know, one agent. So in this case, if we were to go to my switchboard concierge, this is the one agent, right? And then in that widget itself, move to channels window. Where's the channels window? So where's the channels window? Am I being silly here? Channels. Channels below. Channels. Okay. So I guess these would be okay. So it's channels widget. And then I guess this would be the widget. So you'd have like effectively an embed code. And then the interface, you can go ahead and customize and so forth, allow domains and so forth. But this would be really kind of what the widget would be, the one that I was talking about. So you see, you can either chat to it or you can start a call. Or you can hang up there as well, right? All workspace checks are now green. All 52 tests passed. The Convex backend is also live and verified. I'm splitting the next checkpoints into platform hardening first, then the complete tenant booking backend. So we do not bury either in the UI agent commit. So it's also starting to do the commits now. So Convex just finished. Required Convex environment variables, slot signing, secret booking, and so forth. For these ones, it can handle this on its own, or I'm going to just let it handle it on its own. And the ElevenLabs is now rebuilding around getting things up and running for that side of things. Okay. So I started my own open source project, MAS or MAAS, or Mobility as a Service, Cough Uber single tenant app. Nice. Coded with Opus and Supabase. Very nice, dude. Awesome stuff. 2 more clean checkpoints are now in. This is good. So we now have our checkpoints or commits being popped in. So 85 changes. This is good. Like, we're starting to get our checkpoints in. Very nice. Yo, Marius, what is up, dude? I love seeing you on the channel. He goes, yo, Pop, it's been a while, but I'm happy to be here after quite some time. Sonny, I'm seeing that you're really nailing it, man. Couldn't expect anything less from you, though. Thank you, Jay, and Jay as well. Dude, absolute OG, Marius. Golden energy. Marius, I really hope you already have joined into this. I mean, either way, I'm going to email you 100%, but join Zero to AI Hero waitlist. We're very close to launching. So I want to see you inside the community because, dude, energy is unreal in coaching calls. And this is another reason why I want the community aspect to be absolutely re-fired, because guys, members like Marius, you need them around. Trust me, they're incredible. You will learn so much more being around people like that. It's really, really amazing. Athava says, so ultra limits go bro. No, honestly, I disagree. I completely disagree. The usage limits are incredible. Like 85%, we're only done 12% during this entire build, which has been in ultra fast mode, by the way. I really want to stress that, fast mode. So this is double cost. So it would have been half the cost if I was in standard, right? So you see that's really not a bad issue or situation at all. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm generating distinct high entropy development keys, secrets locally, writing them to the own. Okay, nice. Marius goes, thank you so much for this great word, Sonny. Much appreciation. Dude, thank you, man. The energy drives me, so I absolutely appreciate you. I want to go ahead and see this. I thought, but that's the week limit. They scrapped the 5x limits, but I agree Codex is overall more friendly to value for boxing. Yeah, I mean, it's the weekly limit, but it's also incredibly well done. So think about it. That's a whole app in just 11 or 12% of a weekly limit. That's a whole app. Like, yes, like if you, the problem now is that we also get this, oh, it's Adam Nelson, Tetron. I appreciate it. Yeah. So the thing now is that as the models get better and better, and as our usage gets bigger and bigger, we're naturally getting so skewed to what we actually have at our disposal. So don't forget, guys, that would take so long naturally before. I used to build these apps all the time, manually, hand done. I've done over 100 apps by hand. Like, trust me, it's absolutely incredible what we have at our hands now. There's an audit, there's a security audit, and then ElevenLabs finishing. So a few things it did on its own, which I quite like, is it created those secrets on its own. So again, you can create these on your own if you wanted to, but you see here, it created these secrets. Now, why has it got secrets, right? That's probably what you're wondering. Well, this is most likely being, these are used locally, and then they're used in our Convex Cloud functions. Why? Because when a request goes from our app to our Convex Cloud function or between our agent, we need to know that it's actually coming from a place that we trust to a place that we trust. So naturally what you do is you have secrets between them, and that is exactly what's happening here. Okay. So, oops, let me go back over here. What's happening? Okay, backend can be brought. So I'm going to change it up. Back in the day, we used to build Amazon code by hand in 8 hours or something, and now the same can be done in 2 hours tops. Yeah, it's really like a huge time. UX audit. I'm auditing the current. Okay, these are more audits. Security audit as well. The audits tend to be a little bit overkill, I'll be honest, but if you're going for production, absolutely necessary. Now, another thing I want to mention, one of my favorite things about the Clerk CLI, right, that I didn't cover is, look, it configured things. It did the plan. The webhooks, amazing, guys, right? It can now do webhooks for us, which is absolutely incredible if you want to test out our webhooks. Impersonation is really good for production, more than you'll know, and Clerk deploy. This deploy step, right? So not only is this crazy good, because now when you go to deployment, you're not scared that something is going to break, like, out of the box. Now you've got this reassurance that, okay, every single touch point of my app, Clerk, Convex, Visel, if we're going to deploy over there, like, all these things, we can completely be a lot more safe and reassured that now It's going to be, what's it called? Our agent has full context about what our development looks like and what our production looks like. And that goes a huge, huge way. So it's absolutely incredible stuff. Right? The life that we're in right now when it comes to coding is absolutely insane. Right? So it's reading everything in the mix. And then let's see over here, rebuilding the ElevenLabs size range. So, and this is going back and forth with the security agent. That's why it's taking a little bit longer. Testing ElevenLabs API key scope. So now it will begin to create our ElevenLabs agent, which means we're coming to the final part of our creation. So, and again, feel free to ask any questions, guys. First, audit found no critical flaw, but it did catch one real usage integrity. A valid ElevenLabs post-call event was matched only by an external session ID. Binding each reservation to the exact service and selected agent and branch and rejecting mismatched events. So it's basically created a webhook matching system, which is pretty awesome. Then we have, and I'm removing the one remaining freeform schedule note, so the no clinical notes rule is consistent end to end. Okay. The audit found one row attribution gap. The parent task is authorized a scope to fix. I'm now binding every reserved session to a selected agent and branch. Okay, so this is now doing its own thing. Sunny, do you think we can make an app not for B2C, also for B2D? You mean B2B, or do you actually mean B2D? If you mean B2D, please elaborate. But yes, you can do B2B and B2C. We are using B2B right now. Literally, it's doing a B2B app right now. B2C is much more easier, by the way. Okay, so how can the app prevent spam bookings? It's a good question. So number one, you could do rate limiting and have a common identifier. I mean, it depends really here. So it's a very good question with these kind of apps. I think what you would need to do is maybe you would have some kind of, you could have a verification step. So what I would recommend here is some kind of approval flow. So I would get their phone number and then I would have some kind of text message that gets sent out to them. And then they have to confirm on that number. And then that would confirm the booking. If they didn't confirm, then it wouldn't be authorized. So that would basically mean that, and if they were really needed to spam it, they would have to go to the length of having 10 phones to spam 10 appointments, right? So I would say that would be a big thing. And also ArcJet, yeah, that's a good point. We did a video on ArcJet a long time ago, actually. It's a very good point. Because people keep saying increase your ambitions for niche models. How exactly do we increase ambition? I know building wasn't, but still want to know your ideas. So in the end of the day, I think the main way to think about the kind of, as AI gets more powerful, what to do with it is really just find value points. Stop focusing on building, that's it, Marius, 100%. Stop focusing so much on I need to build $1 million app tomorrow. No, just focus on as things evolve. For example, agents came into scope. How can I confidently build agents with tools that can basically be communicated in different channels, different formats, voice, text, all these things? Can I do that? If I can't do that, fill that gap. Trust me, just keep filling these gaps. And before you know it, you will find opportunities everywhere. And I promise you right now, this is literally the situation we're in right now. Yes, people are doing automations with NAN, but that's not wrapped up in a package ready to be offered to a business that really wants to use that right now. That's literally an opportunity right now, which people think is saturated, and it's not. It's saturated from the automation industry, but not in a self-subscribe, sign up yourself and give it a try situation. So really, it's something totally doable right now. And don't forget the marketing. Marketing is such an overlooked thing that you could have the best product in the world. It doesn't matter if nobody knows about it. So really things to consider here. Okay, I'm really hoping it starts giving me my nice build yet at the moment. So let's go over here to our board. View all. Has it built the agent yet? Not yet. Interesting. So it's doing a lot of security back and forth. Well, I'm 6.5 UX issues. Source audio found staff switch state leakage, stale date, request published before save behavior, and explicit tenant times on labels. and WCAG, safe branded text colors. Okay, I mean, it's going to like the nth extent, right? You could really go ahead and like business to developer. Oh, nice. Sorry, yeah, I don't know how I missed that one. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, you 100% think about it this way. Cursor is literally, or like Cursor or Composer, for example, another tool that people use, is totally being built with AI, right? So if you build something like CodeRabbit, for example, is a platform that helps out with reviewing things, that is literally being built with AI, right? So like these things, any product now that you're pretty much seeing, if they're not using AI in the development flow, they're going to get left behind. They're going to get slow because a competitor can come along, use AI, develop way faster. The better thing is really making sure that you go ahead and understand how to go ahead and keep the quality high, the testing high, making sure things are correctly set up, making sure the architecture is scalable. Scalable is the number one thing that is honestly forgotten about so much of the time. Like the amount of times I see like an app that's built and I'm like, it will work until you have a small number of users, and then it's going to go absolutely crazy and just break. Like, so, and you can already stress test it and have a couple of people on the app and it'll probably break. Like, this is the thing, it needs to be scalable. So now with these stronger models, you're honestly getting to a point where you can ask your agents to constantly like really go fine tooth and comb and dive into this. But these are all things worth understanding. Now, let's see how far from finishing are we? I just want to check. So let's just see one more thing. Is it created? Yeah. Curious, did it even do? I mean, it's going to maybe do it at the end. So about an 85 full convex working clerk only identity models for a few. What remains is a final quality gate. Finish the secure model fixes. Run the complete test, convex suite, browse test. Don't worry about this. Because yeah, you could do that, but right now we're not too interested in that. Report the one external blocker. ElevenLabs publishing cannot be run until a CLI is authenticated with your scoped API key. Interesting. Okay, so let's have a look at that. So developers, API keys. I do have an API key. So ElevenLabs YouTube Live. I have unrestricted keys. Let's do another key right now. Let's go ahead and do restrict key. Nope. This is dangerous as well. Untamed giant forest hog. Or disable with leak. I'm going to create this key and I'm going to hide my screen right now. So I'm going to create the key. And now I have the key. I'm copying the key to my clipboard and I'm closing it. Okay. So that key is this one here. Now, in terms of the actual where to put it, so which and to put the key in, I'm using unscoped key. It's fine for this. Right? Obviously, when you do it in production, I would say use a scoped key with the correct fine grain. But as we're demoing right now, I just really want to go ahead and do it quite quickly. So over here, let's see our .environment. So it'll probably be most likely. We need our ElevenLabs API key. So it'll probably be this one. User scoping never exposed to the browser. Yeah, so it should be scoped 100%. But right now we're going to just go ahead and put it in. So ElevenLabs auth login. Do not use public key. Okay, so so we need to do this and we need to do this. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this now into my environment key. So environment.local. I'm going to go ahead and pop in. So I'm doing this right now. So oops. This equals, and then I'm going to paste in the actual key. Okay. So I'm going to paste in the key, saving it. I'm closing it. Okay. So I pasted in the key. It's now in there. And then I'm back on this command. So ElevenLabs auth login. So next step, warp. Let's open out ElevenLabs auth login. Let's go ahead and run this. Enter your ElevenLabs API key. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this key in now. I pasted it in. And now it says API key verified successfully. API key saved securely. So I'm going to say done. Done with the key steps and CLI auth. That's it. Now these are running in the back. now it will have it. It will be able to pass that to 11 finish. So we should be able to see the 11 labs, and it should be able to create a verified CLI session and key presence without printing either. Then run the 11 labs trial runs, provision a single multi-modal agent plus its locked text branch workbook, execute the agent runs, and finish the remaining automated checks. So you see, sent it to 11 finish. Nice. And now it will be able to continue doing what it was doing. So review memory citation requirements and UX audit. Okay. Gotta go now. I know it was short, but I missed you guys. Thank you, Marius. Can't wait for the launch of the community and our weekly calls. Take care, everyone. And thanks once again. Dude, absolute G. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for tuning in, dude. Honestly, the best community. Absolutely the best community. And finish. So let's go back over here. Yeah, so this is what I love. I mean, look at the back and forth communication with our agents. It's absolutely awesome. And now back to where we were previously, where I was checking about the what is left. Let's have a look. We had the was yeah. So a bunch of testing, basically. Complete the complete test, check, build, commit, browse this. We're gonna skip this one. Put the one example block. We've done that as well. Finish the secure Protex clan path, and then merge the audit fixes and make 2 more focus commits. So we're pretty much done. So this is going to be the last little thing. Clerk mode is agent. So another thing which I highly recommend you check out, by the way, is this. So when you use Convex, there's something called agent mode. Now, think about it this way, right? If you've got loads of agents running on many different work trees on the same computer, when you run Convex, the dev running server basically is going to have, they're all going to be trying to hit the same dev server. And that can cause problems because one might want to upgrade, and add a cloud function, change the schema, and immediately then all the others are conflicted. Why is this failing? What's going on? I don't know what's happening. Now, with agent mode, right, in Convex, what happens is you basically go ahead and get cloud dev deployment per agent, right? So basically that means that each one is going to actually get its own real cloud deployment, right? And I believe you can also do local, right? So yeah, you do, yeah, you do local as well. So the cloud dev deployment is very powerful if you have cloud agents, and it's probably the way I would go once I've got an app that I actually want to push to production. In the beginning though, local backend will do more than enough for what you need, okay? So you can literally just give this page to your agent and say, let's implement agent mode, so that way I can run safely. And then I would save that to our claude.md file. So that way all of the future agents understand basically how to run concurrently. So that way they don't clash with each other. But I hope that makes sense. But effectively you'll have separate Convex environments. So if we go over here, you have literally separate environments for each of your agents. So each one will have its own individual thing that will come up and tear down. Really powerful stuff. Okay. Now, live. So this is awesome. Look, where is it? So ElevenLabs environment. We're talking about for anything. The live tool URLs now use the current documented system environment syntax. Nice. Okay. So we should have. Let's go to our ElevenLabs. Let's have a look. So ElevenLabs. Where is it? Not that one. Yep. And let's go to more. Do we have our agent yet? Still hasn't created our agent. So it will create it. Let's see. Planning ElevenLabs environment to default fallback. Yep. So in a moment, it should go ahead and create everything. So it's left it quite late to do the ElevenLabs step, which is interesting. Convex site URL missing, so it needs to pass that in. But most of the time, sometimes what AI does, which I thought is kind of cool, is it actually writes scripts for this stuff. So we're also going to have one eventually for seeding data. So in this case, it could mean like seeding in a bunch of data so we can test the app out. And I'll show you how we do that. It's a really nice way of actually testing this stuff out. So going to here, see we've got agent sessions, availability exceptions, customers, public sites, and so forth. Okay. So edited environment local, SED redacted. And again, Sharif, what's up, dude? He says, hello, everyone. Hello, what's up? Welcome to the stream. So I honestly can't stop thinking about the open source idea. I think that is so cool. I'd love that. I think it would be amazing. Imagine like the Papa Fam app, an Expo app, working with the Expo team. Oh, that's cool. That is really cool. I could think of all the things we could do with that. Red Room goes, you back, homie? Remember you teaching me to code years ago? Yes, dude. I've been here. Honestly, since then, I've been on YouTube. So welcome back. Glad to have you. Zani says, good morning from Jamaica. What's up, dude? Good morning. Let's see where we're at now. So this is continue on, reading custom agent assistant. This is one of our components. Nice. Okay. So look, in total so far, 8 agents, right? You can see it generally ran through some an hour, 11 finished. They do take their time, but they're honestly very, very well done out. The security agent split text uses the official lightweight client without sending a browser mode override. Voice retains ElevenLabs React provider and granular hooks. I'm on the final static checks and dry run now. No live ElevenLabs resources are being changed. Okay. So I wonder when we're very close to actually going producing or logging in with it. So yeah. So in a moment we'll see a new agent come into the mix. Is the ElevenLabs agent? Oh look, tools push. Is the new Eleven agent created yet? We can just ask it, and that's what I like. You can just genuinely go pop it in. And what I like is it doesn't interrupt it. It doesn't like immediately interrupt it. Not the entire. No tools will create a change. I'm correcting the config. So it's trying to get it right, and then it will push the agent up. 11 has expensive. No, this is more about the kind of, the context. I would say right now, it's a case of you have a clear business that is trying to do something. Your ultimate goal is not the cost aspect. It's more about the actual, okay, would you be cash flowing positively? When you do this. However, instead of like, again, you can optimize and you can do whatever you want to do after that underneath the hood, but you also want it to be a really real sounding agent. Naveen says, Sunny, this is my live with you. Welcome to the live stream, dude. It requires literation followed by host only environment. I'm correcting that now. Then the sequence will create exactly one multimodal agent and one text only branch under it. Okay. So I believe it's got branches, which is quite cool. So in this case, if we were to look at one of my other agents, we have the actual agent branches. Oh, wow. Okay. I see. So you would actually have branches perhaps underneath. And maybe it'll be going to each one, that's a cool use case actually. Thanks for calling me out, Sonny. Biggest fan of you since 5 years. I absolutely appreciate you, Naveen. Thank you so much. Yo, this is so cool, man. It's so cool to see people say 5 years. Like 5 years, Jay, that's crazy. We've been doing this for 5 years on YouTube. What's the best technology for analytics for web apps? Postdog is sick. Postdog is amazing. Go check it out. Postdog is awesome. Curious to hear your views on vibe coding these days. Everyone vibe coding. Again, remember, AI assisted coding is what I'd say. But yeah, if you're not on it, you should be in the realm. Again, vibe coding has a very bad stigma. Vibe coding means you basically are coding without checking it, without understanding what it's doing. You should always know exactly what the code is. I can read every single line of code that comes out of the AI. Right? If I don't, I will understand it. I will ask questions. I will basically learn it. But if you're blindly following it and have no idea what the code is, then yeah, that's a terrible way to go. So just things to consider. All right, the sub-agents are finished, which means we're in the final stretch of pushing the agents. So it's pushing it, environment variable with label Convex site host not found. So we have a slight hiccup with our Convex site host. So it's going to go ahead and basically fix that. I started YouTube getting inspired by you, and I'm on 30K subs. Building front end in AI video. Yo, that's awesome, dude. Feel free, share your channel name. Absolutely massive support from my side. That's really, really great. And well done. It takes a lot to start a YouTube channel. So absolutely awesome stuff. Code with KG. Go check him out. Absolutely awesome stuff, dude. $30K subs as well. Awesome, man. That's a big accomplishment. Very, very nice. Me and Jay always talk about it. We never forget the first time we hit 10K, 20K, 30K. And then now it's 430K. It's nuts. Honestly, keep going, dude. It's one of the best things we ever did. ElevenLabs test push. Let's see, did it do it now? So we can see it push. Okay, it's creating tests here. Awesome stuff. There's actually, okay, so maybe I think it just pushed it actually. So view all, I believe it's close to. And then we do a full test, and that is it. It'll be awesome. And one thing I also want to mention is when you come to testing, it's worth looking at clerk testing. So naturally, one of the biggest questions I had for a very long time is what happens when you're end-to-end testing, basically like a robot going through your app, testing things. How does it authenticate itself? Like, how do you get past that? Well, you can do it with session tokens is one way. Agent tasks is another thing. Testing tokens. But one of my favorite things is when you do the one-time passwords, OTPs, or in fact, it was this one, test emails and phones. So what they like to do, which I thought was really cool, is you have, if you add in plus clerk test at the end of any email, then their authentication code is 424242. So that way your agent can actually run end-to-end test codes, end-to-end testing by just adding in that into a test email, which I thought was awesome. I thought that's a really nice way of actually testing things out. The live agent create was not succeed. 11 7 caught 3 fields. And the blocking move again, creation failed automatically. So it's still no agent. So now it's basically trying to figure out how to go ahead and create the agent. How are you able to change the screens while you are reading and live? That helps me. Stream Deck is what I use. So I'm using a Stream Deck through OBS. So I'm using Streamlabs, but you can use OBS or Streamlabs OBS. I would probably change to OBS if I was you. I'm probably going to do that myself. But Streamlabs has been good to us. I mean, it's been great for what we needed. Let's have a look. So search for execution models. We are quite close. Jay goes 2 hour build. Yeah, we're 2 hours 30, and I think we're almost there. We're almost there, Jay. My voice is like slowly going out. I'm super thirsty today. I don't know, it's crazy. Signing patch for Jason, your validation. Right, another chance pushing. Let's go. Booking down. Pushing one agent. Error processing. Share my post view one. Details to validation error. Invalid parameters message. Invalid conversation string. English agents must use Turbo or Flash V2. Okay, so we're almost there. It's getting different errors now. Editing booking.json. So like you see what it does. Yeah, it creates agent configs, and then it basically pushes this up. It's now created. Hey, there we go. One private multi-modal, now separate, not separate chat. I'm creating its locked text-only branch next, then wiring generated IDs into the app and running the published agent tests. Okay, let's give it a try. So, stay hydrated, fam. Yeah, honestly needed. So, let's go to 11 So let's go over here. Boom, boom. Okay, refresh. And we should have our lovely agent, booking SaaS, shared multimodal agent. There we go. Okay. So now go into our agent. Let's have a look. So let's have a look at some of the voices. So let's pick a voice: mature, reassuring, confident. Let's have a look. So Sarah, how can I listen to Sarah? Sarah, this one mature. So what was that? Mature, reassuring, confident. Which one is this? Is this one? Yeah. Let's have a look.
Theater sparks imagination and kindles the creative soul.
Oh, I don't know about that. Customer agent voices.
Now don't stress, humbug. Everything's gonna work out just fine.
Okay.
These waves are cradles for the dreaming mind.
Every journey starts with a...
When we seek to discover the best in others.
See.
Just as surfers wait for the perfect wave, we
Code
must
with
be
KG,
patient
what's up?
as we learn new things.
So
Hello, my name is Jess. I love people and good conversation.
the hood one. Which one was this one?
Every journey starts with a...
The sea's waves are cradles for the dreaming mind.
Oh no, I think Jason, that's a different one, Jay.
Life's messy, weird, and
even the smallest steps create ripples of happiness.
Oh yeah, I mean we'll look into it, but because that's, so the first thing is that we're passing in the business information. This is from the org, so this is how we're handling the multi-tenant side. So this is awesome, and then we've got the business workflow. This is great. Yes. Now some cool things, expressive mode, so we can enable that. But remember, every time you push, your agent effectively has an ID. So that's a thing to also factor in. Hi, I'm booking this in transcript mirror team. Save core audio. How can I help you? Save core audio is disabled. That's a very like robotic question, but okay. LLM25 Flash is using under the hood. Expressive mode, let's enable that. V3 conversational, expressive mode on, sympathetic audio tags. So these are quite good actually. But let's go ahead and pick a V3 voice. So
I know it sounds crazy, but like for real, ever since I started talking.
Honestly, I still have days where I feel lost.
Let's try this one. Hope. Smooth, engaging, and kind, right? Again, like it's really down to you to find the voice, right? But you see it publish, right? So it's different, probably pending changes as well. So probably the agent has actually done a few things. Hope. Oh yeah, that's good. That's what I did. ElevenLabs. Yeah. So live agent on both modules. 7 published ElevenLab tests are running now. That's awesome, by the way. So it actually had tests that it published. Look at that. That is amazing. So it just ran these, booking the exact test slots. Confirm test. Wow, amazing stuff. Look at that. And it actually set up the dummy data and everything. That is so cool. User status spot. Okay. And then we have this. Please look up booking. This one we didn't. So to next reply. That's bad. So I guess like it would run these itself, like simulation. What's this one? Composition 10. So I guess you could run these. This is very cool. Okay, yeah. So you even have the testing as well. So I think we're actually good to test, to be honest with you, ourselves. But if we see in branches, what it's done is it created a main branch and then a text branch only, right? So that's the traffic split. So I don't think that its approach there is going to be the greatest approach. I think the whole text branch, I'm going to remove that. Oh, actually, I don't know if we can do that. Anyway, we'll see how that works. Right? I'm going to see how one does that thing. But if we go to our agent, we can see Hope. View pending changes, expressive mode, voice ID, speculative turn. Let's publish our changes. Publish. Now, main is updated. So these tests I'm not so interested in. I'm more interested in just doing the next bit. So don't worry about the ElevenLabs tests. Yeah, just kind of get past that. I mean, they're good. They are really good, actually. I mean, I shouldn't have done that. I should actually let it do that because that was actually really good. It'll probably find the actual issues. Ignore me. Continue with tests. It's fine. Yeah, it's actually a really good thing to do because I just realized otherwise we'll be testing it ourselves when it could just do the testing on its own. We have the tools here. The main thing here, look, this is what I want to pay attention to. Tools. Right? So these are the most important parts because look, one active tool right now in conversation, detect language, skip turn, update state, transfer to agent, transfer. These are cool actually, transfer to agent as well. But these are our ones. So you see, look, we passed in the environment variable and then we've got development ones. We don't have production yet, but you see list staff, get availability. These go to our Convex URLs. So our webhooks, right? They have descriptions. They have a bunch of things. They have a bunch of settings as well. And these ones hit the following. So if we look at this tool, ElevenLabs tools availability, right? So let's go to the CLI. So go to agent session. So you see functions. You can see HTTP. These are all the webhooks it's hitting, right? So this is exactly what our ElevenLabs is synchronized to. So we built a full-on system here. Like it's really awesome. These are all synced with it. So as we talk to our agent, these tools are pinging that backend. Where you don't stand, how do you manage your back? I have a Herman Miller. It's pretty awesome. Honestly, it's a great chair. The 3 failures are text fixture issues, not agent behavior. Both tool calls made the exact correct calls, but asserted the wrong evaluator part. The simulation configured mock call without defining. So basically, it worked. It actually worked. It's just the test wasn't written the correct way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it. So let's go here and let's do pm dev all. And let's actually give it a try, guys. So we have Quizzer. He goes, hey, Sonny, I'm getting inspired from you. And right now I'm building a multi-tenant system as well using GPT-5.6. Nice, dude. Amazing stuff. I love that you're inspired as well. It really makes me happy. Thank you so much, dude. ES build failed. This one is probably failed because we're trying to run it on the other thing. Where is it? I guarantee it's trying to run. No, it's not actually. Interesting. So PMI. So like maybe we've installed something. No. Tab all. So like ready to run, and then Convex. Preparing Convex functions. Okay. So that one is now gone through. Yeah. So if we were to go ahead and open up another page, let me go and just pull up my screen. Yep, and let's go to our local. So, where's my cursor? Yep. Let me keep this open here so I can just see it. And again, like responsive design, that's why I said it. Sign in. So the sign in is throwing me to the homepage, landing page. So I'm curious why that's happening. When I press sign in, I'm thrown back to the landing page. The live agent itself has already created a single moment with locked text branch. Running test phase of test answers, not at all. Running local apps in parallel. Okay. So I'm voting it to pass using a class next. See how it woke up the agents or the UX audit and it's basically figuring out. So that'll find that issue. Oh, I'm logged in as well. I'm already logged in, so it wasn't an issue. Okay, I mean, anyway, let's carry on. This is very nice, though. Wow. Okay. So in this case, that we came onto the page, right? Let's go ahead and create. Okay, so imagine we just created. Let's do it again. So let's type in PapaFam demo, right? So it's my demo organization. So create organization. Yep, Bob, we did use that today. Invite new members. Hey, nice. Okay. Let's skip the invitations. Now, booking operations at a glance. We're here. Set the operating context once, right? We've got an onboarding flow. So the business name, let's call it PapaFam Cuts. Business, barbershop, UTC, right? That's fine. UTC plus, is it GST? I don't know if it's going to be GST, IANA time zone. IANA time zone for Dubai. GST UTC plus 4. So, okay, UTC plus 4. A location label, online or on your location. Okay, I mean, that's probably just a location. So we could just say location, just say online, really, right? Booking rules, slot 15 minutes, booking horizon days, minimum notice minute 60, cancellation cutoff. You probably make this a bit easier to understand. Let customers choose staff. Customers can choose any available when enabled. One operational time zone, say prop. Okay, so boom. Okay, so the time zone must be in the correct IANA format. So this one, for example, I would have as a drop down. That's very much not nice. So I would go ahead and have this as a drop down. So for example, and I would also go ahead and make the other bit a bit nicer. So I'd go ahead and paste that in. And then over here, I'll say also simplify the booking rules. Simplify the time zone selector by having a simple drop down, which always has the correctly formatted values, as well as simplify the booking time parameters and basically the selectable options. Right now, it's a bit confusing and yeah, it's not clear and easy to use. In addition, let's go ahead and seed some data for the PapaFam organization. So let's do this. So I'm going to pop these both in. And basically, I want it to also seed data. When I use the mic option, guys, also, I really hate it when someone says answer, right? Because I'm building at the same time. I cannot debug someone's computer, right? That's the one thing. So like, just please, like, yeah, understand that. Right. So yes, those raw minutes files expose implementation details. I replace the time zone specific. Nice. Okay. So, and then I'll seed PapaFam against this actual clerk rather than hard coding a guest tenant. Yep. Nice. So going back to our build, we can see here we've got the overview. So I don't know if we can actually, I mean, once those settings are down, we've got our bookings page, our availability page. So in this case, add staff before. So in this case, you would go here, you would set up your staff. So in this case, I'd say like Jay, ultimate person for cutting hair, trust him, Right, in this case, it's probably, yeah, it's the reason why this is lagging, most likely, is because of, I have a feeling it's cut it. So next, Convex, yeah. So Convex crashed, yeah. Unless it's still there, I'm not sure, but no, Convex is still there, yeah. So yeah, actually no, it crashed, that's why, yeah. So add staff member. So I'm going to go ahead and actually have link staff member to organization members. What's this one? A link clerk, user can grant staff profile. Okay. Name, customer facing. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and actually seed this, but you could do this yourself. Terminology, services, team members, appointments. But you can go ahead and just change this up yourself. Business profile as well. Yep, we already used this one. And then the booking page for the customization options. So here we have the book with my business, start booking. Okay, so it's kind of cool actually. Logo URL, ElevenLabs widget or custom agent. Nice. Okay, so it's already done a decent job. The AI agents part itself, one looking brain, 2 conversational channels. So presentation, we've got the ElevenLabs widget or custom React one, and then compare plans. AI booking is not included in this plan. Nice. Then we have the billing page. This one is, yep, this is great. This is actually the pricing card tables. You can actually completely customize this entire view, by the way, by using the checkout button component from Clerk. They already have all the documentation on their page, but let's say you were to subscribe to this, our checkout flies open, and then you see we already get all of our payment details. And we've only done per month, right, at the moment, right? So you can change it to annual if you want to. And you can see as we go ahead and do it, it will unlock AI text agent or AI voice agent as well, right? Settings. That's really nice. Like even the command B, because ShadCM was used. See, it's using all of the Clerk components. This is really nice because this is good because you don't have to overcomplicate in the beginning. Clerk has both. I'm targeting the exact Papa Farm organization for the seed. Nice. This is great. So it's basically going to do a bunch of seed behavior now. And then what I also want to do is use the Clerk. So in this case, Clerk checkout button. If you go into documentation, checkout button component here. Now this one will actually just give us a checkout button. So we can, this is really good because what we can do is basically pass this in and say, get an agent to go ahead and update all of the areas where the pricing table is listed out, and instead use the checkout button with a custom built UI for the checkout pages, or not checkout pages, but the pricing tables. Like instead of having the default pricing table component, use our own custom one with a checkout button. Now we can steer that one as well. And what I want to recommend is this one is awesome, but I was also going to say, 1 second. So just checking one thing, guys. Okay, so I'll delegate that as a separate Clerk billing slice. The agent will replace every default pricing table usage with a responsive custom ShadCM. Nice. Using the Clerk billing skill and the current page you linked as the source of truth. All right. Quick little water break as well. Getting super. I've actually, for the first time on the build, I've actually almost completely finished my water. It's insane. Yeah. So let's go. Let's check the seeding. So we can actually see the seeding in real time if we go to our functions data. Let's have a look. So usage, businesses. We have our businesses here, but we also have staff. Yeah. So this will be connected in a second. I'll delegate that as a separate Clerk billing slice. The agent will replace separate pricing table. Nice. Clerk billing slice. Okay. And then finish is updated. Let's have a look. Every tool has exactly one mock. The 2 corrected tests resolve params adjacent. So simulation is set to mock all tools with fail. Nice. So you see what's happening here, right? Not only do we get code testing at that level, we also get the ElevenLabs testing. Bland AI also do this really nicely as well. UX audit over here. This one is basically simplifying the onboarding flow. And the security audit is double checking to outside public Convex booking manager operations independently and service staff and sometimes available exception can exceed fixed take limits because corresponding write caps are not enforced. Okay. For the PuppetFam seed, I'm adding a temporary admin gated Convex mutation, running it once against the exact PuppetFam clerk tenant, and then removing the mutation and redeploying the code. It's quite cool. I mean, like, you could just keep it as an internal mutation. We say for the seed, you might as well keep it as an internal mutation. Oh no, actually, it's no point. I mean, you could, but no, that's all right. Detailing seed there. Created like PuppetFam seed, and you see what it's doing here is it's created a bunch of things like discovery call, technical mentorship session, Sunny, team PuppetFam team. It's basically changing, and this is all going to be seeded into the organization, right? I'm applying the Convex performance audit. Okay, so let's go back to that one over here. So simulation is now fixed and passes, but the two positive tools still fail evaluation despite the correct field path. Agent made the right calls. I'm reading the evaluation. It's likely a regex encoding. Okay, so literally our testing. So already before we even tested it, we know that the test cases were working. So this is pretty cool. Yeah, we're using ShadTN for this project. Okay, and just coming up to 3 hours, so I'm hoping we're gonna start coming to a full circle moment right now, which I think we are, to be honest. And the viewership in this stream has been incredible, guys. Really, really nice. Honestly, well done. Clerk checkout UI, that's for the buttons. 11 finished, simulation now fixed and passed. Okay, that one. Continuing the bounded read consistently passed. That's a point for the crash system shows domain caps, not finishing main stuff. This one is for the security, okay. And this one is now reading through all of the setting screens so it can generate the seed data. It's amazing. Honestly, what time we're living in. Command B, let's check out usage. So we're at 78%, right? We started off at 97. So yeah, not bad considering we literally built a full production app like that. You could actually launch this thing. It's pretty cool. Coming over to our local host, let's have a look. And obviously down to the UI, you can really kind of, figure this out on your own in terms of how you want it to look and feel and so forth. Bookings, maybe captures. Let's see if that was, that's fine now. Let's go over to PuppetFam because this one is going to be the organization that goes ahead and actually gets complete. Oh, this is much better. Look at that. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of time that I want. So much better. And look at this. 1 day before, 12 days before, and so forth. This is the kind of UX improvement. I would even step this part, to be honest, so I wouldn't have it all like this. I mean, why is the save profile all the way down here? Doesn't really make much sense, but yeah, in this case, the one thing we do want to do is change the time. But I think it's going to override that when I do the seed anyway. Auto redirect is a clean start, so I'm checkpointing now before the larger UI. So, the redirect is actually the redirect. Wait. The redirect from authentication was actually my fault. Instead, when we shouldn't show the sign in button when we're already signed in. That was all it was. Okay. Some checkpoint now. We have our profile over here, account profile. Yep, nice. And then in a moment, we should have our custom organization. There we go. So let's go over here. So also I want to keep it, that's just easier to see. Yeah. And if we go into cursor, we can actually see here. So heading back over to this, we have tons more commits. So you see that when you set that rule in play, it's just going to start committing much nicer. And this will, obviously, this is a bit behind, or quite a bit behind. So it's going to go through a big commit run at the end. And then these will wrap up shortly. And then we are golden. Submission, fix and passes, but okay. Live rejects both snake and some using one control test. It's just obsessing over this test. I mean, let's let it do its thing. Let's figure out, see if it figures it out. Security audit, this one. Green, nice. Now it's doing a full run through on the testing. So this is why, like, now I don't really feel the need to like thoroughly dive through every single build, because the builds are way more test oriented. So like even here, if we see like limits.test, like it's got an actual test file, time.test, usage.test. Would I have them loosely placed like this? No. I would much rather prefer we had them actually inside of a nice testing file, but it's just things that can always be added on, refactored. See, like these are next to the pages. Like it's very loosely done right now, but again, things that can be, you know, done on their own afterwards. But look at this extract here. Nice. We've even got like testing things here. Very cool. Okay. 11 finished. The okay, so let's go and see. Okay, both corrected on live contract standard. So the transcript has implication, but it's not valuable. Both match. I'm switching the exact assertion and doing the final 2 test runs. Nice. Okay, and then check out UI. I believe this is kind of fighting against what this is doing. You see, it's not only just trying to do the changes, it's changing the test files themselves as well. Get published by Slug. Check. Now live in the Convex deployment there. Consultancy profile 3 services. Hey, let's check out. So we go over here now, and we should see. Go to overview. Okay, so we got this. Is good. Okay, so bookings, we don't have any yet. We have our availability and we have our staff member. So I can select the staff member and I can actually see their booking. The reason why this is freaking at the moment is because what's happening on the back is changes are being pushed. See, Convex dev. So it basically is just clashing with these now. That's why it's kind of hanging here. That was cached. Yeah, okay. Basically, you see, like we can actually set the timings for every individual team member, add an exception. This is good as well. We didn't have that before. Business profile, great. Dubai, added in a bunch of things. Terminology, consultation, nice. Appointments, services. We offer discovery call, creator and business strategy, and technical mentorship session. And then you have staff, me, or the Papa Fam team. Okay. Account linked, not linked. So this is more, you can link to a member on the team. Right, say verified live against active, but Convex stores it. So you can actually link that against the person who's logged in. That's kind of cool. Right. Booking page. Let's have a look. Papa Fam. Hey, I can help you choose and book your right Papa Fam session. And then if we go to open published page, we can see /book/Papa Fam. So this would be, again, what we've done here is we made a booking page. We could change this into more of a landing page, right? There's no point in really kind of screwing with that too much, but right now on a free plan, they can either book, for example, through the web portal, right? So they can book like this. And again, you can feel free to change the actual, what's it called? No time zones, no times on this date. Interesting, we don't have any times. Okay, so, I wonder what date it did for Sunny. So, no team Sunny. So this was for back. Any available consultant. So let's have a look what we did for availability. 9 to 5. We'll check it out afterwards. ElevenLabs Suite is now 7 out of 7 using the single shared agent. So it figured out that problem, which is really nice. Actually completely done it on its own and done that one. Checkpoint. So we can be sure that when it comes to that point, it's going to work great. And then the only thing that I'm wondering is the booking page. Yeah, it's just the billing. So let's see the billing. Yep, look at that, guys. The billing is now there, but checkout is unavailable. So checkout is not configured on the scale plan and pro plan. Async auth integration. So I'm wondering what it did here. Oh yeah, it added in the auth keys. So there you go. Nice. So free, pro, scale. See this? Much nicer. So we can have our own custom one. That's much better. So now we want free, pro. So let's go to, for example, the scale plan. So I'm going to switch to scale plan, pay with the test card, and now we should have the AI text agent and the AI voice agent. So I'm on the current plan here. I have access to everything. We go to AI agents. Boom. We now have the agent chat. So we have our agent chat. We have ElevenLabs widget as well. All right. So draft setting, management booking agent, booking page, sorry. ElevenLabs widget. So let's do that one. Let's publish it. Let's go to the published page. And let's see. Do I have a widget? So, so right now we do not have channel 6, the same liability. So for some, okay, so right now we maybe haven't published the actual availability slots. So the final check here is more so that the actual booking tool is working. So if I was to do, for example, technical mentorship session, any available consultant, and let's pick a date. So right now we don't actually have any dates for any of these things. So availability, let's have a look. So so let's do. If I was to save them first now, I just want to check something. Start booking. ElevenLabs widget. Book online. Secure booking. So we haven't got the widget yet in the mix. So overall bug and billing flow. So this is a bit frustrating because I don't want it to focus so much on testing. Right now, the actual booking page is currently flawed. So when we go to book / the actual public page, I'm not seeing the widget, the chat, or the voice chat. That's the main important thing that we need to showcase if the user is on the right billing plan. I'm not so worried about the testing anymore, because I don't want to keep on going in circles. I mean, obviously, if you're in production land, you do this, right? But right now, we kind of just want to wrap up, get it kind of down, and working. Otherwise, we can be here forever doing corner cases and everything. I'm a huge fan of Next.js, yeah. Stanley, you're right. No, sorry, you're right. That showing is in person base and prioritize the trade show clerk plan. And again, when it comes to that public booking page, like right now it's a booking page, right? But you could make it a landing page, which could be a lot more like, right now I send them this link and then they can basically go ahead and book here and so forth. But you can make that a landing page. You can make that whatever you want, right? Liveness, call sites. So it's going ahead and starting an agent right now. Every public booking and agent call path end to end. Sign will require comments. Okay, so check that once by hydration and switches to anonymous comment. The web slot the clerk organization was live. Then was also carry. Okay, so and this is where you want to make sure it's airtight between, because right now it's not actually pulling the users or the actual correct. So you see here, for example, that B union. So firstly, this is breaking. So if we were to go save, is it save or is it breaking? So Convex functions, and they are deploying now. So Let's have a look. Refresh booking. So this is actually failing here. So when it tries to go ahead and load the information for the business, we get the following kind of issue. So I can go ahead and give this to our AI. Say error on booking page. I should have given it the actual thing, the full thing. I kind of cut the top off. This has found it. The AI channel lookup is crashing before clerk billing is even checked. Convex returns allow staff selection in the business object, but agent context return validator omitted that field. Convex correctly rejects response availability endpoint fails, and the UI silently fails back to web only. I'm fixing the exact contract now. Nice. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Run MBX Convex dev once. Nice. We'll go ahead and push it. That seemed to have worked. So now we hit a refresh. Let's have a look. Okay. So we have the book online, chat with AI. So obviously you can improve the UI as much as you want. Start the private chat. Let's go ahead and start authorizing. And again, it's probably editing a few. Yeah, it's running. It's going ahead and it's basically it's seeding stuff. Well, yeah. This is going to go ahead and get a bit stuck. Oh, yeah, there we go. And we have this as well. So if we go ahead and do book pub farm. So now we've got the chat with AI. So start private chat. Authorizing ready, and then you see how it pops up the widget as well as okay, so it's using the widget now instead. I see, because we set that as the widget. Okay, I mean that's actually kind of cool. So that worked in the way that we kind of did one, but really the widget should only, I mean, I would rather have it all kind of integrated, not like this. It's a bit silly, right? Hi, hello. Let's see. Yeah, generate new one. So that's one issue, and to talk with AI. So new session, allow microphone. Okay, so one thing that I always do is I always stop my thing from working, so we have to use Chrome. Chat with AI. Got this one, allow microphone. And okay, so when trying to use the widget, we hit this error. Arrow, should be error. So that's one thing. And two, I want to also have it. So if we were to try and do the custom assistant, let's see, publish, open publish page, chat with AI, start the private chat. And you can see we should have a second flow here. So that's fine. Hydration error. Type in hello. Needs attention. Okay. Which is, so yeah, it's down to our, and again, what is up with this? Why is this? Whoa, that is crazy. Okay. We're requesting include conversation ID. ElevenLabs documents this conversion signature single use. So widget use that signature. Okay. In addition, let's simplify the booking page so it shows the web booking, and then it on the right hand side it has a permanent chat with AI and talk with AI option, as well as the 11 agents widget always visible. So at this point, let's just pop it here. Because really, it's kind of like, yeah, you can go through it and like, you can go through it and really like change it out as much as you wish. But what's this one? It's causing a React hydration fail. Yeah, that's fine. But that's not, these are all small issues. The main thing really here is, one second, publish table to convention. Yeah, so it's a lot more simple. And again, like you can feel free to really go deep into making this like however nice you want. Even here, agent presentation. Yeah, we're just going to simplify it. And again, like all of these things, you can feel free to have like a preview thing. And again, I gave you the actual code for this. So the actual one that I showed in the beginning of the video, you can feel free to use that one, which is the polished version of this. This is more to get to beginning to that ultimate endpoint. Okay, so okay. Become two stable column, the web booking on the left. Okay, let's also see mainly we're requesting here. So let's have a look. So we do not use elements pre-allocated conversion ID, so I'm removing that single use mode and keeping our own signed quota bound session ID. Yeah. Public booking as a priority. I'm using the 11 agent strategy and guides to turn it into a stable web booking and invisible, always visible AI assistant. Then I'll refresh the credential flow that caused the expired signature error. Okay. Spin another agent to fix the, screw it, let it happen. It's now returning problem scale access again. Missing AI controls caused by the malformed Convex agent. I've also removed the single-use ElevenLabs. I'm now wiring those fixes into permanent right-hand assistant rail. Okay. What's this one saying? Resolve channel status not defined. Okay. Again, it's just cut the running. Yeah, so yeah, it's not running. So I have to save Convex functions. And now let's just run and then we can try again. Oops. What? Okay. Let's go back. Right now, I'm going to kill the server because it's fighting this one. Let's go ahead and let this one finish off. So read files. Public booking flow. Yes, let's let this finish off. Okay, and this one was failed. Risk controls entirely. The live data is healthy now. Pop is an active scale organization with both agent chat and agent voice. Since project is set to ElevenLabs widget, I've adjusted course to the intended user. The web flow will remain fixed on the left while the permanent AI on the right. Unused. Okay. To be honest with you, I would probably, look, in the end of the day, I want to show you both, right? But in my honest opinion, I would have it so I would have a beautiful landing page and either A, have the ElevenLabs widget if I wanted to, if I didn't care about the branding being affected, because you might know that this is 11 agents, or if I wanted the total integrated custom looking thing. So I have my own brand, my own identity. In that case, I would do it the custom way. And again, like you can feel free to dive into the code yourself. I give you that. But the main thing is we just need to get past this little bit of an end hurdle and then we are golden. Okay, and then 11 finished. Let's have a look. This one is now verifying live availability endpoint. Implemented and fixed. Okay. And I'm not going to run it yet because this one is still probably wanting to test after. So okay. I love the fact the viewership is so strong still. Typha says, what up, Sonny? How you doing? I'm doing amazing. Thank you so much, dude. How are you? The reason why we can't test it here as well is because this information is actually passed through initially. So you can have like your test cases. Let's have a look in the meantime. Go to tests past test runs. We can actually see here, look at this, awesome. 7 tests. Can we click it and have a look? So, oh, nice, I can, yeah. Look at this, yeah, look, see? Hey, I'm looking to book a haircut with a specific, sure, I can help with that. Could you please let me know the name of stylist? I want to book Jamie. Do you have someone by that name? Boom. Yes, we do have that, Jamie Reed. What's that? Like I said, anytime afternoon works. See that? Amazing. So that's this is really cool. Like, the result right now is mocked from the test, but this is an awesome test case as to how you can go ahead and do it. It's not booked without return. Nice. Awesome stuff. Really, really good. All right. Use on support conversation start conversation and I say absent from widget. So what CS version never becomes that. That's not mounting. Okay, so it needs to fix a couple of those things. Public page is now correct. However, that 15-minute issue will be an annoying thing to deal with. So in this case, let's test it out in the meantime. So let's go ahead and refresh. Okay, so let's open up. You see how the sign-in's gone now? Let's go to our booking page. Let's go to say publish. Let's go and book, open publish page. Let's go to our Chrome side of things. Boom. And now, look, firstly already cleaner, yeah? So, I mean, this is a weird bug. We can fix that after. But right now, it's like signed short-lived access, no public agent ID. Okay, so chat with AI or talk with AI. Let's go ahead and do allow microphone and continue to talk. So authorizing, okay. So it's using this widget. Okay.
Hi, I'm PapaFam's AI booking assistant. A transcript may be retained for up to 30 days. Saved call audio is disabled. How can I help with your appointment today?
Hi, I want to book an appointment. Let's see.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble looking up. I apologize, but it seems there was an issue on my end when trying to retrieve the list of services. I'm unable to access that information right now. Would you like to try again a bit later, or is there anything else I can help you with?
Okay, so weirdly, I had a crazy, strange bug where I think my internet dropped and came back. Whew, okay. Because that was super scary for a second. I thought I went off stream. Okay. Wow. I think my internet dipped for 1 second. Okay. Say improve the UI. I think my internet is not being what it should be right now. It's dropping a couple of frames, but it's okay. We're almost there. All right. So improve the UI of that screen. Simplify it massively. Also, increase the speed at which the agent talks and replies. It's way too slow. Like it's talking like such a snail's pace. All right. So, internet dropped. Right. Yeah, I think we're good now. Yeah. Okay. So back to the, that freaked me out. Wow. Okay. Let's try it one more time. So let's do chat with AI first. Start private chat. And right now it's way too testy looking publicly. But in this case, why is this happening? Why is this using this? I don't like this. Hello. What services you got? And now let's see. So we should be able to see potentially tool calling or usage here. I'm able to access the list of services. Can you please try again there? Okay, so accessing services is failing. We have a look at cursor. Right now, it doesn't seem to be hitting anything. So try again. I wonder if it's not even hitting it. That's the interesting part. So error occurred. So let's have a look. So if we go over to our tools or logs, agent, let's have our dashboards. We should be able to see our called instances. So we call it, we called in, tools and LLMs. Where's our logs? Conversations. Untitled conversation. Service list error. User attempted to book. So I want to become, yeah, so this one failed. We can see here, create test from your override. As your primary LLM did not succeed. Interesting. So maybe the agent itself these are quite slow models compared to these ones. Yeah, Gemini 3.5 Flash. Choose that one. Temperature, reasoning, iPhone, low, medium, reasoning summary, token usage. Try that one, publish. And I also want to see any features. Oh, this is cool. But the actual behavior, so yeah, sorry, yeah, you're right actually. I completely got so locked in there. The Convex logs, you're absolutely right. Good shout, dude. So Convex logs, let's have a look. Should have had an error come through here. So no, so it actually didn't hit an error, which means let's have a look. Screenshot of a separate live issues, drive into it. Okay. It should have hit our okay, so let's see. Implement node script. We're deep in debugging right now, guys. So it's trying to hit this endpoint, but if we go back over to our ElevenLabs, looks like the LLM is not triggered. Yeah, in the previous run it was the case, but now, however, I think it will be different. So I mean, I hate how it's doing that 1 minute. That's very frustrating. I did not want that. So we go to, it's not using the custom widget. It's just always ElevenLabs widget. So remove the entire selection between the custom assistant versus the ElevenLabs widget. Let's instead just use the ElevenLabs widget, and we shouldn't have to click voice or call. It should just, the ElevenLabs widget should appear in the bottom right. There's a way to do it, so you should look at the documentation to do so. Because right now it's very finicky. I wouldn't do this, to be honest, my own way. I'd have it so as I'm scrolling the page, I would always have it here. Similar to how we had it in the final build. And again, the main thing I want to highlight here is if you join late, the entire working code demo is already in the description. So we already done that in the beginning. So feel free to go ahead and grab that one. Okay, so let's see. So, let's have a look. Live failure is confirmed. ElevenLabs received the tenant capability at session, but the tool stored it as a template string. Secret values must use the type dynamic variable header locator. So it's basically how it was passing in the tools, the parameters. Refining model settings and token limits. Also, for our model, use Google Gemini 3.5 Flash for ElevenLabs. ElevenLabs. And what's cool here is if you see the models, these are very quick. So like Gemini 3 Flash 1.3. Oh, that's slow, sorry. We should do Quen maybe. Let's see, great for agentic use case. Let's use this. Actually, use this. This one, way quicker. Oh, oops. This one. So I'm gonna go ahead and just publish it now. In the meantime. And to be honest with you, you don't actually need much reasoning here. You have your tool access and what it can do. I wouldn't recommend, like, especially in a phone call, you don't have so much reasoning. If you have reasoning, you should have an interim thing. Or like, let me put you on hold for a second, and then they play some hold music or something. Or whatever the case, like, or like some kind of filler, but you shouldn't have it like just silent while it's thinking. Otherwise that would really throw a user off. Okay, so this now it should be changing the limits, and then this one, I remove a custom agent unit. So after this, we should be gold. And this one switched to the old. That's fine. We can change it. I showed you guys how to do that. Private session test. Even this one. I tapped in right here. You see, this does that weird drop down. To be honest with you, I would want to do this ElevenLabs widget. If I started private chat, it should always be in the ElevenLabs widget, in my opinion. So, hello. Which tools? Oh wait, which services you got? And to be fair, oh, okay, saving. These are all pretty much, yeah, these are all going to be trying to fight and save. So, yeah, agent widgets here. Card or floating. And then agent runtime fix. Let's see. This one's still figuring it out. This is the public booking flow. We're simplifying it even more because I do not like that flow. We just shouldn't have like this. It should just be simple, clean, nice. Right now it's been ripped out. We should maybe have a little pop-up here once it's ready. So adding public booking flow. Okay, that's better. Yeah, look at that. Need help? So imagine you came here and then this is the way that we're going to roll with it for now. ElevenLabs, we can see, no time. So I don't think the tools are working here. Let's let it finish what it does and then we can carry on. So I'm still verifying exact model, expressive mode. I think the expressive mode was one of those other models, that's why. It needed a Gemini or Flash. So yeah, see, it's trying to run it and I've got it running. So what we're going to do is just kill this for now. Let it do its thing. Okay. We are almost at an end. The only problem is sometimes when you go down in this rabbit hole a little bit and you've got things running, it tends to fight over localhost a little bit, which can be a little bit frustrating. Page.tsx. So, no. The one thing I do want Codex to really work on is this coding editor sucks. Like, I don't know, man. It's not it. In my opinion, this is not it. Like, this should be like the VS Code thing that we're used to, style approach. Even this, you see, like, for example, booking flow. The fact that we have the types here, for me, absolute no. Like, this is way too much nested code. So I would do a huge refactoring run running through this, like, you know, making sure repeated code isn't in place like this. These are things which absolutely require refactoring runs, in my opinion. Existing conforming, okay. Now it should be running. The authenticated toolfix is now live. I'm publishing this response speed settings to the main and text branches. I'll inspect the live snapshots and run one bounded services call. I'll be honest, another overkill here that I would probably avoid as well, having a separate branch. It's not necessary here. I would probably just have it as you can either access the agent chat or you can't. I wouldn't have it as like, I wouldn't gate based on voice chat and the text chat. I would just add like AI chat as a gate. Handling agent tool response. Okay. Verify live services. So just run that to test it. Public flow is now paired back to one center webhook with the official ElevenLabs manager directly. Okay. There are no app level chat voice and scale receives. Yep. Nice. And then it's doing a cleanup. So. Okay. So it needs to push. I'm switching the model. Booking agent.json. I think it already did that. No, it didn't actually do anything with that. So agent runtime. The bounded live conversation now succeeds end to end. Nice. And it answered from the pop-up calendar. Nice. So coming back over here, pm dev all. Let's give it a run. Okay. Let's actually try it. Permission denied. Oh, that was permission denied from the voice, yeah. Okay. What services you got? Let's have a look. See if this does anything that we want. So I don't think it's changed the model yet, in my opinion. Okay, that's good. Which consultation would you like to book? Number 2. Discovery call. Okay, great choice. Would you like 1 or 2? Let's say, I want to speak to Sunny. And then you see, like, it's actually doing the tool calling now. And if we were to even look in the back here, any available concern. When is next available? And things like this, please share in year, month. That's like awful. I would completely change that to be like, is it like next Tuesday, tomorrow, blah, 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 this, that. Like you can just go and do it. I don't see any available slots in discovery call. So, okay, so here. It seems that the availability is not showing in the web widget as well as the ElevenLabs widget. These are two things that I noticed. Rejected flash 5, so 11 flash 2 remains configured. Okay. Almost there, guys. Any final questions as we come to the end goal? Let's go ahead and see monitor conversations. Let's have a look here. So list services, transcript. Let's have a look. Services you offer, it did it. We offer 3 consultations. The only interesting thing here is why are these being separated as different branches? Trace the same, then fix the availability just so web and agent results stay identical. So I wouldn't recommend doing the branches thing as well. So let's just say always use the main ElevenLabs branch, not the text branch. Let's just simplify things massively. Because it's like a unnecessary, branches are more for like testing, not diversion, like in logic. Like it shouldn't be that. It should be, you do this for like traffic split. Yeah, you don't do this for like one being one, you know, they made a mistake there. Found one area where correctness requires that webhook. So in the background, it's doing a code review. Command B, let's have a look. Usage, okay. Evaluating secure pro mode enforcement options. Let's have a look. Create or remove text branch from selection. Every time it's okay. It's checking the current signed widget contract now, so pro remains text only without relying on alternate branch. Scale keeps them. Okay. But the availability here is a big thing, yeah. So we need to get that down. So completely there. So let's see. Remove the text branch from one section. Or scale keeps them in branch. So let's see, reading booking. Because if we look at this, what we should see really is coming over here to, for example, the switchboard concierge, which was the main one in the demo that we used. Firstly, spent a lot more time on it. It was a lot nicer of a build. So conversations. Here you see single conversations, right? They shouldn't be branching out into individual chats every single request. Like this is exactly what it should be, a single flow. Right, currently what it's doing is it's starting a new conversation every single time. When I check the logs, it seems that every single message starts a new conversation. It should be in the same conversation. But what I do recommend, quite honestly, is that the main takeaway here is basically how we were able to start the build and so forth. The main other thing that I'd recommend is the actual build itself. If we go to my repos, if you see this one right here is the main build, right? So this is one that I'd really recommend you focus on. This one has a full broken down, like I spent tons of time getting it down and getting it right. So I've included a full README on how you can go ahead and use it, get everything down, working perfectly in the way that you would expect to be doing it. Right now we went on tangents, and those tangents cause us to have little issues and so forth. So that's why we end up running into this corner. But it's all fixable. It's just more a time-focused thing. So for now, I think what we'll do is we'll give this last bit a little bit of a push, and then we'll wrap up, and then we'll kind of get into things. So the availability, look, slots are returning, no. So main thing really here as well is like time zones, for example. Like you see, like any of these kind of testing things, the main thing that I want you to take away from this is more like getting your LLM the tools so it can understand how it can test, for example, like your models or your agents. So that way they can basically test against the actual backend. So these are huge findings. Like here, for example, like this should have found slots and it didn't find a single slot. So there you go. So then it's going to basically know what to do next and so forth. Planning pro enforcement workaround. So and then what we can do is head over to cursor. So look, boom, over here. These will basically start doing big commits shortly. The tricky thing about a live stream now with this kind of approach is a lot of the time you're waiting. So most of the time, full transparency, if I'm doing this solo, a lot of the time, I'm not really waiting for the output. I'm kind of like pinging it, I go do something else. Come back, do it, ping it, come do something else, and so forth. I'm never really sitting here waiting like this. That's something that I want you guys to know. So most of the time when I do any of my builds, I'm never just kind of like waiting on the response. I'm just kind of, I'll do this, then I'll focus on something else, and I do another task, come back. And I'm constantly doing this with like 3 to 4 projects at a time. As opposed to just one, waiting for it. Because it can be frustrating if you're just waiting. I'm refreshing numbers against 403, 11 that's still finishing, so recheck line numbers after it changes land. I found the shared availability feature. Schedule and service times are present, but the time zone conversion returns no inside the live Convex runtime for valid Dubai times. That eliminates every generated slot before either the web page. I'm replacing that conversion with a runtime safe international implementation, and we'll verify tomorrow's real PapaFam slots live. There you go. Nice. So times, there's also a learning moment. Time slots, big, like, or timestamp, sorry, a big thing to test on. Like you really want to always test on that. Look at this, time.test. There you go. Now what we should see, if we go to the public page, push any available consultant. There you go. That's much better. Book a time, continue, full name, email, phone. Hey, from France, what's up, Benji Spider? Good to see you, dude. That was a diagnostic, nice. Okay. Almost at a wrap, I can feel it. Okay, now if I was to go back, let's go to this page again. Book PapaFam. Wait for this to pop up. Now.
Hi, I'm PapaFam's AI booking assistant. Chats may be kept for 30 days. Call audio isn't saved. What can I book for you?
Hi, I want to see what services you have available.
We have 3 consultations available. First is Creator and Business Strategy, which is a 60-minute session covering positioning, content, offers, and growth.
Okay.
Second
I want to
is
do the PapaFam Discovery Call.
Great choice. The PapaFam Discovery Call is a 30-minute focused introduction to clarify your goals and choose the right next step. You can book with either Sunny Sangha, our founder and lead consultant, or the Papa Fam team for community and technical mentorship. Which consultant would you prefer?
I'd love to book with Sunny.
Perfect. To check Sunny's availability for the Papa Fam Discovery call, what date or date range works best for you?
21st of July, around midday.
Sunny Sangha is available for the Papa Fam Discovery call on July 21st at the following times: 9 a.m., 9:15 a.m., and 9:30 a.m. Which time would you prefer?
9:30 a.m.
You've chosen the Papa Fam Discovery call with Sunny Sangha on July 21st at 9:30 a.m. Asia, Dubai time.
Yep.
Please confirm these details.
So my name is Elon Musk. My email address is elon@musk.com. And my number is +1 234 567.
Let me confirm your details before booking. Your name is Elon Musk. Your email is elon@musk.com. And
Yep,
your phone
all
number
good.
is +1.
All good. LLM cascade error. Okay, yeah, a few things that I didn't like about this, right? One, way too robotic. So your prompt just needs changing there, like the initial system prompt. Two, constantly re-explaining what I said. So you said this, you said that. And that's something that I found that happened before, to be honest with you. Brain return no response. So that kind of was super frustrating, to be honest. Like I would get annoyed with that. However, that comes down to the prompt itself. So one thing I did different in the first one, which wasn't done in this one, is actually around the, what's it called? The actual prompt itself. So if I come to ElevenLabs and I show you here, right? So let's take a look at the actual agent prompt. So you can see organization context, a bunch of events, if you meet customers, blah, blah, blah. But it was here. What was it? I mentioned it. Behavior. So answer only the organization context, blah, blah, blah. Where is it? Keep replies warm, direct, and speakable, usually 1 or 2 short sentences, right? If published information does not answer, say so clearly and offer you take a message. But basically, like, the output only words intended for the customer. The step is important. Things like this, right? It's just very much like you have to go through it and things like never output statement change or scratch badge, or statements such as I need to, or I should, now I will, or the user has, and so forth. It's like these were all things that I really dialed in on and slowly got to the ideal point. Let's see. Platform returns Tuesday. Whereas if we look at the other one, we can actually see for ourselves. Here, book.com, SaaS, shared model. But now, this one is the one that we have at the moment. It's way more like booking workflow. Ask this, ask this, ask this. And then existing appointments, style, be concise, warm, transparent. Default to 1 or 2, ask 1 question at a time. Confirm, ambiguous time. See, confirm. Invoice mode, ambiguous, yeah. But invoice mode be easy to interrupt after disclosing text mode, use short paragraphs, never explode. Okay. So, it should have been smoother in my opinion, but you can go back and forth on this, right? So, conversation, but okay, so it did the testing and it fixed the conversation now. So we should have, this is much better now. So you see, we now have 1 call, which has the appropriate number of messages inside of it. So this one here, services you got 2. Okay, so let's give this one more try. Yeah, so if we go over here, do this, say what services you have, and I can even say things like, I want create a session with Sunny, 21st July, anytime is okay. My email is sunny@gmail.com, and name is Sunny Sanga, and phone number is +123 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Boom. See, like imagine like someone came in, they just want to book it like that, super quick. You selected to create your own business. Let's have a look. Is it streaming in or what? What's going on? Did it cut it midway? It cut me off midway. Here's some available slots for the call, blah, blah, blah. Let's do number 2. Yeah, see? It was cutting me off. Oh, that was me. Could you please confirm the date, 21st July? So even these confirmation, you can just tell the prompt not do that. Just to confirm before I book, Sunny Sang, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that's Sunny Sang. Like, and then let's go over to the actual booking. And the actual booking part, I believe, is where it's choking. So here. So let's have a look. So that is the final element. And what you do is you just trace it back. So in this case, the final booking confirmation step fails. And then it can go ahead and check that one out. But what I'm going to do now, in the essence of time, is you guys can see for yourself, this is pretty much how you would go ahead and flow it in. And because you see, we've already given our element our agents the right tools, they can access things, they can go ahead and debug it, share the availability fixes live. So I'm doing 1.1 to n, the same results. Yeah, so the main thing here is actually proving that not just the mocked tests work, but the actual live tests work. So this is going to be a really, really important thing that you need to make sure actually happens. And you check. And at the exact failing conversion, I'm expecting its final tool call. And then I'll fix the confirmation. I'll retry it against the same PubFam service slot contract. Right? So while that's happening, I want to run through the other demo one last time because I think it's a nice way to wrap up on that demo. If we go ahead and do documents, builds, I think it was inside of actually my ElevenLabs agents live. So I think it was 11 agents live and then this one here. So I've got that up here. Let me go ahead and run that one separately. I'm going to run that previous dev all. Let's have a look. So, so that one's running on localhost 3001. Let's give that a try. So to give a little breakdown of today's build, what we did was effectively ran through 11 agents, right? So in this case, we built a full B2B SaaS. So we had tenants, multi-tenancy, so you can go ahead and select organizations. We actually had a fully customizable system that can effectively go ahead and you can select different things. This one was really clean and nice, so I recommend you go for the final version. In fact, I may not include the live one that we did, and probably because I wasn't happy with how it turned out to give. I would actually sit there and actually completely debug that one and figure it out. But this is what we can get to, basically. And I did this one literally in relatively same amount of time. Like, honestly, I didn't spend that much longer, but it was a lot more thought out, and I took my time with the actual implementation versus doing it on the live stream. So again, with the availability, the UI, everything around it is a lot more cleaner. So diving into this live demo here, for example, we have a cuts shop, right? So if we open up the public page here, and then we give a live chat demo, we can go ahead and speak to AI. So we can either do it through the ElevenLabs or we can do it with here. So we'll go ahead and do it through this one. We can go ahead and try it out for ourselves. Just to open up Chrome, and actually we need to do it here. So boom. And just like this, now go ahead and do it. So,
Hello, welcome to PapaFam. How can I help today?
hi there. I want to see if you have a skin fade available from Marco.
Certainly. What date would you like to book your skin fade with Marco?
So anytime this week, and I'm pretty much available on any of the mornings before 11.
Could you please provide your contact phone number so I can check the availability for you?
Yeah, sure. It's +222 333 444.
Thank you for providing your contact number. Let me check the availability for a skin fade with Marco this week in the mornings before 11. Please hold on for a moment. Marco is available for a skin fade on Tuesday, July 21st at 9 in the morning. Would you like to book this time?
Yep.
Or would you prefer another day?
No, that's perfect. Let's go ahead and book that day. Yeah, sounds great.
Great. To finalize your booking for a skin fade with Marco on Tuesday, July 21st.
Yeah, my name is
at 9
Sunny. And also, just to double check, how much will that cost?
The skin fade service costs $55 US. Your appointment with Marco is confirmed for Tuesday, July 21st at 9 in the morning. Your confirmation code is BK260721LRIS.
And there we have it, guys. So in this case, if I ask him one more question, sorry, you mentioned that it was on July 21st. Can we move it to the 22nd of July?
To reschedule your appointment, I will need your confirmation code in addition to your phone number. Once I have that, I can check Marco's availability for July 22nd.
Yeah, the confirmation code, you have it. I believe it's BK260721LWRIS.
Thank you for providing the confirmation code. Let me check the availability for July 22nd with Marco. Please hold on for a moment. Marco is available on Wednesday, July 22nd at 9 in the morning.
Yep.
Would you like to reschedule your appointment to this
Yes,
time?
please. Let's do it.
Your appointment has been successfully rescheduled to Wednesday, July 22nd at 9 in the morning with Marco. Your new confirmation code is BK260722KK649.
And there you have it, guys. Boom. That one is a full working flow, everything as I wanted and intended it to do, right? So in this case, huge thing, right? So like what was happening previously with this one is you can see like the availability tool file, an oversized day of signed slots, 220 token output cap truncated the confirmation at Sanga, shrinking the tool payload now. So this actually, I remember this happening previously as well. So a lot of the time, what can happen is it sends the entire body of a request over, which is not ideal because a lot of the time, like ElevenLabs have restricted amounts in which you can basically send over to it. So you need to go ahead and do thorough testing like this. But the main point is that you see it was never reaching the booking appointments side of things. So even on that demo over there, I believe we should be able to actually give it one last try. It'd be really nice to get that one working as a final check-in. Let's go ahead and actually get this one down. Let's go to our booking page. It'd be amazing to get that one working at a final glance. But overall, you guys saw for yourself, like the entire payment side of things, all of that handled entirely for us. So, oops, not this one. Damn it. It was, go to Chrome. And what I'll do on this side is I will go to the availability. And again, this one's a bit more robotic, but we still want to give it a try, okay? So.
Hi, I'm PapaFam's AI booking
Hi
assistant.
there.
Chats may be kept for 30 days.
I want to book
Call
an
audio
appointment.
isn't saved. What can I book for you?
I want to book an appointment with the Creator and Business Strategy with Sunny for the 21st of July. And the first available appointment is absolutely fine. My email is sunny@gmail.com. My name is Sunny Sanga. And my number is +111 222 333. Okay, doesn't seem to be running. Did I kill it? Site stuff. Okay, I think what's happened here is it's completely. Let's go ahead and grab this one. I'm gonna try one more time with the text agent because I have it running here, running there. So let's give it one more try here. So cool, boom. Let's do this one. I found the first available appointment. Confirm your booking. Yes. Also, the model selection is very, very important. So the model I used in the first one was way quicker than the second model. This one, again, another issue, disconnected due to brain response. So over here, it found the failed booking in reach and was required before, but with one multi-modal made by session text only mode. So yeah, so look, it was because of the silly text only mode. Yes. It was actually stopping here, so it never actually fixed it until it was waiting for me. So, in all truth, what I would do is, if I was you guys, just to show you guys so you can have full context of what I did in the end, is I would highly recommend go to your settings and configure it with the following. So we did Eric, was obviously the agent we used. Gemini 2 Flash is what we ended up going with in the end here. The thinking budget, the main thing really was the actual... where is it? The reasoning. This one was actually very much pretty simple in terms of like the actual usage of it. Let's go to our settings. Reasoning summary is off. And also just a simpler greeting. But yeah, you really can be a bit more. Like even the setting the default time zone of the model is very important. And one thing I did notice is I actually gave it the date. So look, where is it? It was, believe it was, I passed it through as a parameter, but you should always pass the current date and time. So that way it says, I want to book an hour from now. It has full context of that. Okay. But we're going to wrap up there, guys, because the main flow is the one that I wanted to focus on. This one right here was, believe it, where is it? This one right here. So this one, where is it? Localhost one, this one here. All right. So feel free, go give it a try for yourself. Use the link in the description. And remember, when you sign up, go ahead and use the clerk link. It helps us out a ton, guys. And remember, the main benefit that we did today was by using Clerk, we were able to really like incredibly powerfully use the CLI to go ahead and handle everything for us. So the main thing that I want to kind of take away from this really is when you set things up, you see what the main time should go towards, the actual implementation of like the agentic stuff or the actual value driven part of the app. You shouldn't be focusing a lot of time on the authentication, the billing, all of that stuff. That part was easy because of Clerk. And thanks to the Clerk CLI now, the entire thing is literally seamless. So I highly recommend you go check out Clerk. Use the first link in the description to set it up. And as I mentioned, once you've set things up, go ahead and use that prompt in the quick start setups guide to go ahead and basically get everything up and running for you inside of your existing project. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I'm going to sign out now because my voice is literally going. All the links are in the description down below. I love and appreciate all you guys. And as always, I will see you guys in the next video. And sign up to Zero to AI Hero if you haven't already. The link is in the description. It's going to be the best damn community on the planet for AI and agentic stuff, where we can really dive into these different topics at the level they deserve. All right, guys, until the next time, I'll see you. Peace.